Everybody, how's it going? Happy Saturday. Turquoise, that's crazy that it just arrived now. I feel like I think I probably took a couple weeks to send it out, but I'm pretty sure I sent it in January. I mean, it's been I don't even remember sending it, it's been so long. So I know it's been like I'm pretty sure it wasn't in February. Or maybe it was. I doubt it. Either way, it's been a long time. It's for sure been like 3 months. That's wild. Does it? I wonder if it has a date on it for like when it was postmarked to leave the U.S. Because I think normally they stamp them. Hmm. Anyway, I'm glad it arrived. But yeah, Zams, hello. Glad you're doing well. Vana, how are you? And Turquoise, how are you doing? Hope you're doing well. I am ready to paint. I think I say as I'm yawning. Totally ready. Now I worked on this painting a bit. I repainted the buildings and stuff in the background. I'm still not totally happy with them. And I need to figure out how to paint characters because I don't like these characters. Like their faces and stuff are not. There's no detail. But yeah, I'm happy with this painting. I think so far. But I have some. I think I'm gonna keep working on it a little bit. Not today, but off stream. I like the colors. I think it's fun. Although I probably want to try something with the background here, or with the light down here to show that this character is actually floating by putting light and then putting like a shadow down here. That way, yeah, that would be kind of cool, I think. Anyway. But yeah, hope everyone's doing well. All right, time to figure out what I want to do. I did decide to bring a thumbnail back from last stream or a couple streams ago. Hey, local, how are you? Waco, hello. How's everyone doing? Hope you're all doing well. Hopefully there's not construction going on during stream today. That was obnoxious last stream. I was kind of annoyed, if you couldn't tell, because we had just gotten raided, and it was like the worst sound quality I feel like it's been the worst sound quality I've had in a long time on stream, and it stuff like that just kind of bugs me. So yeah, it was probably coming through my voice last stream, but anyway, that is all in the past. Yeah, hope everyone's doing well. What are you all up to today? Any art plans? Any weekend stuff? The what's the deal? That's not saying people use. What's the dealio? Let's see. What do I want to do? I think I'm gonna attempt to paint a background. Nice, nice, nice. Oh, I know what I want to do. I want to. I saw a painting the other day, or was that photo? I think it was a painting, but it had some nice lighting, and it was kind of like a warm and cool painting, like half and half, except it was different. It had like it was mostly warm, and it had some like cool punching through like a hole in the wall kind of, and then the whole painting was on top of like a tower, not a tower, but like a bunch of rocks. I think the painting was a totally different vibe, but I kind of like the idea of little cool bits poking through some like rock structures, and so you have this like a wall of rocks or something with a little bit of cool poking through. Laid some foundation, and now it's night and just reading manga. Nice. What sort of manga do you enjoy reading? I have never read a manga in my entire life. That's how bad of a manga reader I am. I've literally never read one. Or any comic book, I think. I don't think I've ever held a comic book and read it. Maybe I've picked one up in a comic store once. Nor manga. never even held either. Like I am way out. It's funny because I feel like so many people grew up with comics and that got them into art. Like I feel like I've heard the story of people falling in love with art because of comics and manga so many times, and I've literally never even touched them. Like it's crazy. It's like such a different world to me, but I feel like I'm constantly in that world. Like the people I enjoy talking to are typically people who are, play games, read comics, read manga, that kind of thing. Like I feel like there's an overlap sort of. Isekais, isekais and wholesome ones or some romance ones. Okay. Same, never touched one before. Yeah, I feel like I think for me, I always viewed them as expensive because you had to like keep up with reading them and like they were typically short. I guess they're also kind of cheap, but then you have to buy a but I don't know. I think I always just viewed them as an expensive hobby, which is silly because there's way more expensive things. Like growing up, I skateboarded a bit, and I liked these magazines, these skateboarding magazines, and I'm pretty sure they were way more expensive than any comic book would ever have been. But yeah, that's just what I decided to spend money on, I guess. Is one of the most popular genres of modern manga and anime. The word is translated as otherworld, from which it becomes clear that the plot stories of this genre suggest, namely getting into another, if you want, parallel world, not a classic fantasy prior, where a priori or world with its own rules, namely that the collision of parts of our world most often make characters with another alien team. Oh. So wait, so it's just like a normal character in an alien world. Oh, that's cool. I like that. That sounds exactly what I would like, actually. I've always mentioned this on stream, or not always, but for a long time I've held the view that I'm tired of sort of superhero archetypes where you have this extraordinary person in a normal world and the stories always relate to the superhero, and it's like trying to make them feel human by giving them real human problems or something, and it's like, you know they might be super powerful, but can they deal with loss and love and all these emotions and stuff? And it's like I'm tired of that. I want a normal dude or people, right? Couple people, maybe a team of people, it doesn't matter. A good cast of characters who are all fairly normal, maybe a little smart or interesting or, something that sets them apart, but mostly normal. And I want them to go into a world that is unexplored and I want them to just explore it, right? Spend time there, have fun, learn things, just sort of we learn the world with them, right? They go on a new place, it's new to them, it's new to me, but they're normal people, right? They're not these extraordinary superheroes. I just want like relatable characters who go to do cool stuff in cool places. And I don't even care what it's about, really. Just give me some cool world building. I don't know. I guess I'm a little tired of the superhero stuff because it's like I even when they do put them in new worlds, then it's too unique, right? It's like this crazy powerful character in a crazy new environment. It's just it's I don't know. It's weird. Put the normal person in the weird crazy environment for once. That's what I mean, there are obviously are movies, and it's funny despite me saying this, there are still movies like Avatar that I haven't seen. The the newest one, Way of Water. Need to see it. I just don't go to the movies often. They're normally overpowered. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I don't really care about like I don't really like overpowered character, but I think I'm okay with it. I just want cool world building and exploration that isn't I don't know. I think having relatable characters are always interesting. Oh, what if I do this? I have an idea. What if I bring in some warmth in here? Good afternoon, Real Big Mountain. Long time no see. I feel like it's been a long time. How are you doing? Wait, maybe I don't. I think I want this not blue. I want this warm. I want this warm. Doing good? Glad to hear it. Glad to hear it. Why is my sound so quiet? Oh, let me change it up. Maybe it'll play music? There we go. You were talking about Iseki, I noticed. Yeah, I was just yeah, I had never really heard it about it. I didn't know the name. I'm completely unfamiliar with different genres of stuff. But yeah, I was just saying how I like stories set in unique places with unique worlds and characters are kind of figuring it out amongst, for themselves. I love yeah, I like that a lot more than like superhero stories, which I don't mind if characters are strong or have powers. I think discovering powers is also cool. But I don't like I don't know, something about the superhero, like we know how they're gonna grow up and we kind of maybe it's because they're all already these well-established stories. So it's like, hey, here's another Batman story. And it's like, guess what? It's about him dealing with more crime in his city. And he's just doing Batman things. I don't know. It's not it's not as exciting as actual world building and discovery of like look at these I mean even just with I mean, it's almost like discovering video game mechanics, you know? It's like playing the game and figuring out what's possible, right? It's like, oh, look, I can jump really high, or oh, there's this thing, and you can. I feel like to me, watching a movie set in a new world is kind of like that. You're kind of learning about this new place. I mean, I guess in some ways, it's like what was that movie? Was it what's it called? Was it called Push? It was like a movie kind of superhero-y. It might have been called Push. I don't know if it was good, but it didn't feel like it felt like it was building it from the ground up. I think it is called Push. I mean, it was basically a superhero movie, but it was more like X-Men, right? And the reason I think X-Men to me is a kind of a cool concept, or it was at least when I was a kid, was because you would discover superheroes in the show, right? It was like, hey, look, there's another hero with this power. So in that sense, the world was new, right? It's like there's this world with established rules, right? And you were learning what these rules were. The rules were that there were mutants and there were also humans and mutants, they had just existed for a long time and they would sometimes be in hiding and sometimes not and you'd run across another mutant and it it felt like they were just part of the world, right? And you could discover that all you could just kind of imagine, oh, imagine all the other mutants that could exist, right? It wasn't, and it's like you knew that at any point they could introduce a new character because it was a world that was filled with them, right? It wasn't just a one-off superhero. So I think in some ways, as of all the superhero movies, I feel like X-Men kind of hit that the best because at least it made it feel like the world was different than ours, and it wasn't just the same as our world, right? Whereas I think a lot of worlds, like Batman, for example, it feels the exact same as our world. It's just like, oh, there's one crazy villain, and they have crazy power. It's like it's basically the same. It's just sometimes there's like that one bad guy who crops up, and then otherwise it's like mostly the same. I don't know. So I like it when it strays enough that it feels like it's a whole new world, and you're kind of learning the rules of that world. You're learning the politics, you're learning the powers, you're learning whether it's animal life or whatever. I think to me that's the most exciting. So the further away you get from our reality, the better. At least when it comes to just, normal stories. How do you get the lines of the little frames to be straight? If you hold shift, you can draw it, and I just line them up manually. You'll see a little bar that'll at the bottom, and once the pixels look straight, then it's straight enough for me. So yeah, you hold shift and you can make straight lines. It's pretty nice. And then I did that on a separate layer, and then you'll see a layer over here. Oops, you'll see a layer. Let me erase this in red, and this layer in red is my line layer. So I just have it locked. I turned it a color so I know not to move it or delete it. And yeah, it's just sitting over here on its own separate layer, and then I paint underneath it. That way, if I want, I can. So I can even do things like I can select my line layer and I can wand tool around it so that it selects all of the boxes. Then I can go navigate back to my art layer and I can just hit delete and it'll clean up around the edges. So even though I've painted outside of the edges here, when I hit delete, it'll clean it up. Hey, Next, how are you? So that's quite nice. It's a fun way to clean things up. I'm really not the demon god's lackey. It has also good world building, but it's also a big misunderstanding, and I can't get enough to see where it is going. Okay, interesting. Yeah, I don't know. Hold on, let's see. Let me catch up. Would probably be up your alley. Then it has a nice pace for world building. Mayuri Mashida Irumakun would probably be up your alley. Then it has a nice pace for world building. Waco, you're either gonna have to write. Maybe I'll have to write these down. Maybe I don't have a good spot to do this. I feel like I need a spot to write these down. As anything that's mentioned, I would be interested in checking out. Some other names for it: the greatest estate developer, world's best engineer. Interesting. Hey, Skittle, how are you? Hope the week's been good for you. It has been good for me. I think I'm a little dehydrated though, so I'm drinking some tea right now. You know those movies where the viewer knows what's happening but the characters don't? Oh, okay. I'm not sure if I like that. Because I like to be discovering stuff too. Hmm. I'm trying to think if I would like stories where I know what's happening but the characters don't. I kind of don't like that. I feel like knowing that a character is walking into danger or knowing that a character is making a good choice or a bad choice, because I think for me what makes something really compelling is having it be believable, right? And I think part of that believability is characters don't always make the best choices, and you don't always know that your choice is good. And you can there's a little bit more like you can put them in their shoes, right? But feel like if I knew what was going to happen or I knew the situation they're in, it would have to be extremely well written for me to really believe. I don't know. I'm just trying to. I feel like I'd have to judge each story on its own, which is probably fair. But yeah, I think I've seen movies like that. I haven't read a lot of books or anything like that though. But yeah, that would be interesting. Yeah, you should totally do that, Waco. Yeah, I feel like I could like that, especially if we knew the situation and the situation was cool. Like I think if it were an interesting situation, sort of like an escape room in some ways, right? It'd be like you might know what the puzzle is, but you're watching people solve it kind of, right? And I think it could be fun where you're watching someone navigate the situation that you have a bit of perspective on and you but I mean I guess maybe what I just really like are like for example when there's a fantasy world and there's people learning magic, right? And the reason I like characters learning magic oftentimes or learning their abilities is because you aren't familiar with the world, right? And so what they're actually learning is about the world, right? You're learning the rules of this magic system. You're learning what's possible, what isn't, right? I think this is I mean, I know it was just happens to be like well, actually it's not the last fantasy book I read because I'm technically reading some right now, which are technically lit RPGs. It's like kind of modeled after just like role playing games essentially, but they're told in book format. And it's I think what I like those is always a new world, right? And there's always like some sort of rules to the world, right? There's essentially a game mechanics to the world. Now I don't need there to be game mechanics, but I like the idea of we know this is a new world and they're learning the world with us, right? It's almost always like a character is starting a new character and then they learn. And I think it's just the format that I kind of love is here's some characters learning about their world and we're learning about it too. And they can just kind of invent whatever. It's like if something seems cool for the author to write, they can write it. I don't know. It's anyway. So yeah, I need to pick up my pace for painting because I haven't done any painting yet today. But I hope everyone is doing well. And if anyone is doing any art, I would love to see or at least hear about what you're working on. Azel, how are you doing today? Best is to read and see if you like it or not. Some mangas start out good and then there is a part where you just lose interest. Yeah. All right. What do I want to do? Let's think. I want so I've mentioned this before, but there's some paintings that do a really good job of showing you that there's and speaking of world building or not or discovering the world, there's some paintings that do a really good job of showing you that there's more to like be discovered. And I think this painting is kind of what was sparking that entire thought. Is like you have this cool area down below, and you can kind of get the sense that like you can walk under here and go explore this other area, even though it's just a few lines. And like maybe there's stuff back here, right? And it's like, what? Why is it so cool? Because right, this whole place is warm up here, and then down here is super cool. It's like, and maybe these shapes are not exciting. It could be a little better. But anyway, I like the idea of like we know that this extends outward, right? We know that there's a lot of overlap. We know there's stuff back there. Um, Such a cool place. So I like the idea. Yeah, very cool. But yeah, I like the idea of showing that there's more. I think it was there was that one Andreas Roca painting that I really liked. It was just like a hallway, but at the end of the hallway there was like a library or something, and you could only see a tiny bit of it because you were looking down a hallway, right? So you're looking through a door, but you could tell that the room behind it was huge just because of the scale, because of the lighting, and it felt like you wanted to walk down that hallway and into the room because you knew it opened up into a giant area, even though you could only see a sliver of it. And I think it was this impression that there was something so much more behind it. And I really like that. I think that's something that I typically don't achieve in my paintings. And I want to. I want to do more of that. So maybe there's some shapes and stuff back here. So some little pillars or some. Maybe it's an indoor scene. I don't know. Something back here. Maybe this spot opens up. Looks like a down in the sewer scene. It does look like that, yeah. And I'm thinking that could it be end up being what it is. Maybe I do some like little waterfall stuff or something. And yeah, it definitely has an under in the sewers vibe already. Just the color even. Yeah, there could be like little things with the water coming out, you know? I don't know if they actually. I feel like the sewers don't actually have that. That's like totally a Batman thing. I don't know enough about down in the sewers, but I feel like typically there are not entire rooms like that large that just act as an entire drainage plate. Maybe there are. I don't know. I feel like I don't know anything about actual sewer systems, and I just imagine it's a bunch of pipes that open up into like something, but not you don't hang out in the sewers. No, I feel like my impression of the sewers is totally wrong. I feel like that's something that Hollywood, the only knowledge of the sewers that I have are like from video games and movies, and I feel like I've probably been lied to. Like I would not surprise me if someone's like, "Yeah, that those spots don't exist." You know, when you always see like, people wandering down the sewers and it opens up into like a big area where lots of paths converge. I feel like there's no way that's real. Like I know there are some underground tunnels and stuff in various cities and connecting areas, but I feel like oftentimes it's not specifically the sewers, not like that. I don't know. I feel like I've been lied to. And maybe I would be pleasantly surprised that's actually how it is, but I don't believe it. I'm not saying they don't exist, right? Because it's one of those things where I don't really want to propagate. Like, I guess it's like talking about pirates, right? And you show this depiction of pirates as like the Disney pirates, people with hooks on their arms and pegs for their legs, and they go around plundering and pillaging treasure. And it's like that is not like that's not what pirates are. Pirates don't do that. Like, yes, they do, they might go and try to steal stuff from boats, from other ships in the ocean, and they might be, they might be villains, but this whole like weird romanticization of pirates, I feel like just doesn't really exist and probably never really have. Maybe there's been a few that kind of they were modeled on, but like for the most part, I don't really, I think it's fair to say that's not how it is. I feel like it's a little bit like in spy movies when they're sneaking into a building and they go into like the air ducts, right? And they're like crawling around in all the air ducts and stuff, and it's like, they can zigzag around and they're above like in a building. It's like that's not no air ducts are that big. Like maybe somewhere, but no, that what a waste of space. Like nobody would build their, especially in like a high security. Imagine you had like a high security, uh, the shiny air decks. Yeah, yeah. Like it's such a normalized trope that I think it's just assumed that it's okay to use it. But it just kind of bugs me because I feel like that's not. There's no way that's a real location. And I think there's a lot of things that are like that in my life where I'm not even aware of it. Like if I think about like what do lawyers do, right? If you don't know a lawyer personally, how do you know exact like what do you think the day-to-day life is? I mean, where are you getting that from? Like probably from TVs or from TV, from shows and movies, right? Things you hear about it. But like, I mean, okay, maybe not lawyers. Lawyers are pretty common, right? Obviously, lots of people are lawyers. But like any profession that you don't have actual experience with, right? Whether dealing with in real life or family members or friends who are those professions, like your idea of what they do is probably wrong, right? It's probably coming from TV. It's probably coming from some sort of media that could very well get it wrong or show a different portrayal of it. And I feel like this is everything for me. Like, I mean, even things like, I'm trying to think of other examples. I mean, most examples, to be honest, but some I feel like at least the portrayals I've seen have reason to be accurate. But like firefighters, for example, like I know what they do, but I think there's like a how glamorous it sounds versus how it actually is probably different. We know that art isn't depicted like it depicted in the movies. Yeah, I mean, yeah, for sure. I mean, art definitely isn't. Sorry. I mean, art is always seen as this divine inspiration thing, which is obnoxious because literal artists work on these things, and it always bugs me. Which I kind of get it. It also makes that skill more valuable. Like if some people think that art is this thing you have to be, bestowed upon birth, and yeah, it makes sense that if you are one of those chosen ones that somehow your thing is more valuable. But like I just find that obnoxious because I don't believe it at all. Like it's like saying it to me it feels a little gatekeepy, it feels like you're gatekeeping like writing. Imagine if some people are like, oh, you're so talented, you can write, you know? Oh my gosh, you can write? What a gift, It's like, no, anyone can learn to write. Yeah, some people like to, pursue it further and become a writer or an author, but anyone can write, just like anyone can learn to draw. And some people are going to do that in a way that communicates really well, and some people will never pursue it. But getting the basics down, right? Getting the grammar down, the fundamental, like that stuff, that is totally accessible to everyone. Well, I shouldn't say everyone. There's always exceptions, but yeah, anyways, that is annoying. That's definitely an annoying trope in movies when it comes to art. But I feel like it's not that common. I feel like typically art's done pretty good. I mean, I would say that most of the time, most movies depict stuff fairly well. And if you take the aggregate of all of them, you're gonna get some decent representations of stuff. But then there's things that are just, movie copies another movie, which copies another movie, which copies a lie. And it's like before before long you have people genuinely writing wrong stuff when they're trying to be accurate. And I think that's the thing that's scary. Which is funny because I was just listening to a thing on AI. It was by the Adam Ruins Everything guy. I don't know what his name is, but that guy who does those things. And I think that the topic was like using AI as like a, what do you call it? Like as a search engine. So like you ask it a real question and it will give you the answer, but instead of having like from a database, it'll be an AI that does it. And like as far as truth goes, right, AI is really bad because it might be pulling from anywhere, right? It could be pulling from Reddit, or it could be pulling from a news source, or it could be pulling from some person's, fictional blog that they wrote, and it doesn't differentiate between them, right? They're all just equal in their eyes. So it might spit back, it might just make something up, and it won't know the difference, right? So it might give you a false answer when you're asking for it for something factual. Um, and I feel like that, I mean, I think that problem is an easy one to avoid, right? And obviously you'll probably have some hiccups along the way, but we'll learn and it'll get better. But I feel like that is sort of the same type of thing that happens with a lot of depictions of jobs in movies. Like somebody makes something up, and then somebody's like, "Ooh, I need to go research this job, like being a lawyer." And so they look to their favorite TV show as a reference, and then they repeat it. And then it's this bad game of telephone. And before long, nobody who writes about being lawyers actually knows what lawyers do, and it's all this like crazy exaggerated stuff. TV lawyers are not accurate at all. Yeah, they always seem glamorous instead of pouring through files. Same for like programming. I feel like any job where the process is really long, like art or programming or being a lawyer or really any job, they never show you the tedious stuff, right? They just show you the end result. They like to show you the lawyers in the courtroom yelling at people and saying, this is why he's not guilty. To be fair, though, I think lawyers in TV shows mostly serve as a means to get a character. There's a trope of like, I heard it explained in like, I don't know when I read it. It was like before I watched the first episode that I've ever seen of Conan, Detective Conan. But anyway, people like you have a mystery that's difficult to solve, and then you have a character who stands up in the front and says, here's how the criminal did it, right? Here's how it all went down. And they like that person standing in front of a crowd and telling the audience, including us, and they like that person standing in front of everyone and telling us how the thing happened, right? How did this mystery actually go down? And I think people really like that, and I think lawyers are in a perfect position to do that. That's my hunch as to why lawyers are used in that way so often. And yet they're not going to then write all the tedious crap that happens, right? But a lawyer is standing there in front of a courtroom. They're explaining to an audience, oftentimes us, here's what happens. Here's all the alternatives. And it's kind of just I feel like it's an easy way to move the plot forward and to tell a story. But yeah, I think it's wrong all the time, right? So much of it is like sifting through files and looking at stuff and just tedium and paperwork and filling out forms and probably I don't even know what lawyers do, but John Grisham. Yeah, I've read some John Grisham books as a kid. I don't remember. It's still very action packed and like conspiratorial, and I don't remember about the actual like nuanced stuff in there about what lawyers do. But he is a lawyer, so he at least will get some of the stuff right. But I do feel like he probably is very good at leaving stuff out, because I don't imagine people would tell you the unexciting stuff. I mean, I think the obvious example to get things right is you want to have stuff written by people who actually do the thing, and I think John Grisham's a good example, right? But even then, when it comes to storytelling, like I mean, I would imagine the best way from stories to learn what somebody does is to find somebody who's not very good at writing, right? Because then at least they're going to be honest about what the thing is. But I feel like anytime you have something that's made for a large audience, they're going to do things to make it not boring, right? You're going to tell it in a way that is exciting. And if doing lawyer work isn't exciting, it's not going to make for a very good story. So you're going to have to chop it up and make it exciting. And then it's going to be the wrong impression, right? So I do think in some ways, even that probably isn't super accurate. But I wouldn't know because I'm not a lawyer. There are too many new articles about AI, probably all written by AI too. No, I had heard that people were getting jobs with AI. Honestly, I think that's cool. I I like the sort of thinking about all the cool stuff AI can do. I like that. Obviously, thinking about all the terrible things it can do is scary too. And I mean, to me, obviously, and I've mentioned this many times before, the biggest concern is you shouldn't be doing things like the end result might be a noble cause, but you have to do it in a way that is ethical, right? You have to arrive like I don't think you can be unethical to say, but look at the better world we're making. Like that's how we ended up, well, that's not how we end up with slavery, but that's essentially some people's excuse for it. It's like, oh yeah, but it actually we wouldn't be where we are if it wasn't for our horrible thing. It's like, okay, but other people we'd have arguably a better world, right? We'd be setting better ground rules and we'd be doing things the right way without harming tons of people along the way. Or at least at the very least, if there's going to be setbacks, we try to not have everything crash and burn. We, go slowly or tread carefully. And I feel like that's just not the way it's happening. And I think as like I really love the idea of a future where tons of stuff is automated. AI does a lot of things. Of course, doing it well, not just a crappy version of what we do now. But like if it actually is doing good stuff, I love that idea. I think it sounds like I mean it's very utopia-ish, but I think the idea is super cool. And I hope, I'm hopeful that we'll get, maybe somewhere like that. But I just don't think it's no matter how good it is, it's not worth being the villains in the short term, right? Like I think stealing and lying and cheating and breaking rules and hurting people and all the bad stuff that's coming with I feel like we need to be careful. And people need to be careful. But also there's a lot of interesting things that I think happen around AI that people are I don't know. I think there's just a lot of interesting conversation that AI brings up, and I think that's kind of more what I like. I like. I don't know. For example, one of the issues I was talking about or had mentioned in the past, and I was thinking about it today as well, is like the issue of like self-driving cars, right? Hypothetically, like self-driving cars, if right, this is if because I don't know for sure, but if they were say on average better at driving than humans, but they still would occasionally make such stupid mistakes that would get someone killed that no human in their right mind would ever make, right? So like just something dumb, right? Like but on average they're better. Like I'd still be for it, but people I feel like are they like to point at something and be like, what's the cause, right? They like to find the reason. And I think when the reason is because the AI did it, that is not an acceptable answer. But when a human does it, I think that's an acceptable answer. So we tolerate a lot of error and a lot of death and a lot of bad judgment because humans make them, right? And then we can just point fingers at the person. But once we have that amount of error in a computer system, it's no longer acceptable. And that to me is a little weird. I feel like it shouldn't, if we have error in a system and it's producing bad results some portion of the time, I don't really care where it comes from. If we can find a system that has less error, I feel like that is better, generally speaking. Assuming the error isn't, actually worse, but just said it's, like it's not the number of errors, but it's the impact of the errors also. And I don't know, to me, that is something that I feel like we're gonna struggle with because I think it's a little unintuitive and it goes against our monkey brains a little bit. So like when an AI, tells someone something horrible or, evil, it's like, but how often are people being told evil stuff online, right? Probably some portion of the time. Now, that's not justifying an AI telling people evil stuff, right? Obviously, we should try our best to cut that down and not have that happen. But I think some amount of problems are acceptable as long as they're less problematic than normal humans, right? Like if it's evil less percent of the time than percentage of people, like I'm okay with it, right? That's my take. Is like, are we making the world a better place? But are we doing it at every step? Is it better? It's not. It's not about eliminating entire problems that we wouldn't make, right? I don't think that should be, and in some ways, I think that's okay too, because at least then we can recognize that we would do that, and so then we still have agency. I don't know. It's a weird topic, but and one that I'm probably not very fit to talk about. I find it funny that people are so obsessed with AI at the moment. I mean, I think people like to imagine what the future will hold. And I think with AI, there's a lot of unknowns, and it's just kind of a fascinating thing. I mean, I'll admit, I think it is fascinating. I think there's a ton of super cool potential. I like to sort of daydream about stuff, and I think AI is that daydream, right? I mean, this is like the where are we going? What are we doing kind of thinking, and it's like, well, what if there's a lot of what ifs, and I like that. I mean, that's kind of what art is to me, right? It's saying, what if I make a, what if there's light coming through here, and this light is shining onto the ground and it's lighting these things. Like this is kind of I mean, this is a what if scenario, but with technology, it's happening real time in our lives. So I think it's cool. But yeah, I agree. I think people are really bad at focusing on problems that matter and instead focus on problems that are exciting or problems that are recent, right? There's recency bias, there's availability bias, which that's like if something comes to mind, right, you think it's more important than it is, right? So if you hear something in the news, or if you hear something about a terrorist attack in your city, right, you're suddenly worried about terrorists when you go outside, even though it might be 1 in a million on 1 out of every 10,000 days. Like it basically doesn't happen, but you're, because it's so recent, right, you have it, or it's so available in your mind that you're worrying about that thing, right? Even though you're more likely to slip in your bathroom tub and hurt yourself, right, or die. You're more likely to die taking a shower than you are from the recent terrorist in your neighborhood or something. But of course, one, it gets way more attention and it's so much more, like, it consumes your thinking, right? And I definitely think there's a bit of that going on with AI, where it's not worth that much thought for most people, right? It's There's other things that are important to worry about, and it's not like the magnitude isn't equal to the amount of thought and power or brain power that we put into it in our day-to-day lives, like for average people. Like it's not that important. So I do think there's a lot of that happening, right? We're definitely overly fixated on it, but I think these types of questions around it are, to me, are super fascinating, because it's kind of like, I don't think a lot of these are going away, and I think learning to deal with these sorts of things, it's kind of like relearning how to navigate the internet. Hey Jay, happy lurking. So I kind of think these topics are sort of like learning how to re-navigate the internet, because it's like learning how to communicate with a one-sided conversation, right? This is something that I learned young, right, with like scamming in video games, right? It's learning that if someone just tells you something, they have to also like give you something as collateral. Otherwise, taking random strangers at their word is really, really bad, right? They can just steal stuff from you, or you can steal from them. Or if you ask someone a yes or no question, they can lie to you. Imagine that. Like if you say, like, who hasn't experienced this, right? You see a screen name from a friend who you think is your friend, but you're not sure if you know that person, and you're like, oh my gosh, Mike or Bob or Annie, is that you? And then they can answer yes, right? And it's like, oh, it is you. It's my friend. I know you. It's like, no, 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 no. You can't ask them a yes or no question to find out if they're your good friend from school, right? Anyone could say yes. And understanding how to navigate these situations is really important if you're going to spend any amount of time on the internet, right? You can't set yourself up just to be lied to and then be taken for a fool. You have to understand how to communicate and how to give and take, and actually, or it's the same thing with, like, art online. If you're an artist online, you have an Instagram, you've probably received a message from somebody. Here, I'll literally pull one up right now. I've received one, like, I don't know, yesterday or today or something. Let me go to my messages. Let me just show you my DMs. Oh, wait, where is it? Here it is. Can I show this on screen? I think so. Here, I'm going to bring it off to the side. Actually, I'll screenshot it. That's what I'll do. I'm going to I never replied to this person because it's stupid, but anyway. Let me screenshot. Copy. Here's a message. Hello, I'd like to purchase some of your artwork as NFT. Would you be willing to sell to me? Right? This kind of thing, which again, I only know that I could have responded to them. And actually, it's funny because back in the day, I technically, I think, made an NFT. This was like a long, long time ago. Just because I wanted to see what it, I wanted to like try out one of the sites so that I knew what like this thing that everyone's talking about, right? So I could participate in the discussion and actually know what the heck things are. Anyway, so I actually should just reply to him and say, and this was literally March 30th, so yeah, that was yesterday. And I should reply to him and be like, yeah, you can go buy it here and just leave it as that. But anyway, the whole thing is like, anyway, the whole point is you've made a few. Yeah, I mean, I'm not an NFT supporter, but I technically made one. I don't think it was technically minted because I think it cost money, and I haven't paid money to do that because people don't buy NFTs for the art, right? They buy them for the artist. I think that became immediately clear to me. It has nothing to do with the art. It's who's selling, right? So anytime you have like somebody making you an offer, but anyway, sorry, I'm getting away from myself. The point I'm making is people will message you out of the blue all the time asking you for stuff online, like, hey, I would like to commission you for I'll pay you $500. And you're like, okay. And they're like, but I need you to send me $100 first because I only have I only have, I don't know, $600, but for some reason some of it's tied up or something. But if you send me money first, then I can send you some money back or something, or more money back. And it's like, what? And like the whole thing just sounds scammy to me. But I think some people fall for this stuff, or like, oh, well, will you take check instead, right? Or they'll ask you for can I send you a check in the mail? And I think there's this type of navigating online situations that to me it seems obvious, like, no, if we're going to do this, we're going to do it my way because I'm the one who's potentially can lose, right? I'm not going to be letting you dictate how this transaction goes when I'm the one with the thing. I'm in charge because I have the actual product, right? I'm the one whose service you're buying, so I'm going to make sure I don't do work without getting paid first, right? That seems easy enough. But I think a lot of people don't understand that. And I think online has taught me some of that. But a lot of people don't know that. Anyway, the whole reason I brought this up is because I think we're kind of entering into a new age of that with AI, which is we're going to have a new set of problems that are different from the old set of problems, but some of the old problems are going away, right? So we're having to sort of balance, are the new problems better or worse than the old problems? And I think we're really bad at that, right? I think we have this sort of this bias towards, oh my god, this is a new problem is scary, let's avoid it, right? And I think oftentimes it is good to avoid problems, right? Always. But oftentimes when you change things, especially at like a structural level, you're going to get sort of a ripple effect, right? And this is the argument against almost any progressive politics or policies is, oh my god, you're going to do this, how are you going to pay for it? Or, oh my god, you do this, what are you going to do about this new problem, right? And then they stop at step one, right? Instead of saying, like, here's this problem's going away, but we're adding a new problem. And then this problem causes another problem, but we can solve this one, right? And then it might add another, oh, but we can solve that one too, right? And we can go across the board and start checking them off. But a lot of people like to just stop here, right? And say, well, you've caused another problem, right? So it must be terrible. But if all the problems are just peanuts compared to this first problem that you solved, then it's okay, right? Like, it's okay to occasionally have new issues. Like anytime you change something large, you're gonna have that, right? You you know, if you do anything, say if you solve, take away something, it's like, okay, jobs are gonna go away. Like I'm all for first we had lead, then asbestos. Yeah, I mean, I think everything's gonna cause new problems, right? Just because there's a problem. I mean, that's kind of like saying, I mean, remember, it's like the car example, right? It's like, oh my God, we made a car. What about all the horse jobs, right? Well, okay, we get it. Jobs can go away. They can, we can find new work. And it's like, oh my God, now we have car crashes, right? That's horrible, right? That's a problem. Doesn't mean we shouldn't have had them. Yeah, it needs to be weighed carefully. And I think we're just really bad at that when one of the problems no longer exists, right? So it's like we eliminate a problem and then all we see is the new problem because we don't see the old problem because it's gone. And so everything that new happens with the new thing is like, this is a reason to avoid it. And I definitely agree. We need to be careful, right? I guess that's what I'm getting at. I think, and I'm going to sound extremely pro AI here, even though I'm kind of against it in a lot of ways, but also not a lot of ways. It's also one of the reasons why I don't like arguments about job displacement. I think job displacement is okay. I think how you deal with job displacement is a different issue. But anytime to me I hear the argument, oh my God, but people are going to lose their jobs, it sucks. And I agree with that, right? It's not good to like, but there's a difference between like taking someone's job and not compensating them versus taking someone's job and compensating them, right? Like I'm all for, I love the idea that if you like with musical artists, I believe, and I could be wrong here, but I believe we pretty much have the tech now to clone people's voices, right? If somebody wanted to make a song with an artist's voice and sell it, and the artist is okay with it, they should be the one getting the almost all of the profits, right? Like maybe a tiny, tiny percent should go to the person who made it, or not even a percent, like maybe a flat fee, right? Like if someone came to me and said, "Hey Joe, I love your voice. I narrated an audiobook with AI. Would you allow me to sell it?" I should take like 99.99% and they should maybe take a tiny flat fee. And yeah, they can make a flat fee off of this thing, right? As long as I agree to it, I should get the money from that for even for doing none of the work, right? Because it's me, it's my voice, it's right. So to me, I don't like the idea that it is like I have a hunch that's not the way it's going to go. I think when people's jobs are displaced, they're going to get like no portion of it, right? And that is sad. I think if you're taking someone's job and it's built on the work that they have done, like they should retain something, right? So I have a hunch with AI, we're not going to handle it well, but I kind of feel like there is totally a world in which people can be compensated for the work that they do or they have done or their part in it. And yeah, I feel like that should be a thing. But so yeah, I think there's right ways and wrong ways to displace jobs, right? If you're gonna put a bunch of people at work, you can compensate them in the meantime. You can do retraining. You can set them up for life and say go do whatever you want to do. If you're making a bunch of workers in X industry retire, right? Because you are, going to automate their jobs away, they should be able to live as if they've been working the whole time, right? That's in my opinion, right? If you can justify the costs, just push it back a few years. Pay them whatever they would have been being paid, right? Let them be able to live their lives, make their lives better, right? Because you literally improved the world. So make those individuals' lives better and have them be compensated, right? Like I don't feel like this is too much to ask. It's obviously not very capitalistic of me, but or capitalismistic, and what's the word? Like I just feel like it's kind of a thing people are too willing to allow, and it kind of scares me. We shouldn't just do something because we can. Yeah, I mean, I think we should be making people's lives better along the way, right? I think if technology is making people's lives worse, then I agree we shouldn't be doing it. But I don't think most of the time, I don't think it has to be worse. It just is because people suck, right? I mean, to go to an example that I hate because I'm glad that jobs are going away is like coal jobs, right? In the US, right? With coal miners and using coal and oil and a lot of those types of jobs, right? I'm glad a lot of those types of jobs can go away, right? Because it's good that we're moving away from those things. But if those people are left homeless, and if those people can't afford their bills and have a terrible quality of life, like if you are making the world worse, I feel like we should find a better way to do it, right? It's not to say that, oh, I think we should keep these jobs. I don't think we should keep them, right? If you can automate away someone's job, do it. But I also think if it's efficient to automate their job, you can take all of that revenue, right? All of it that you would have made over what those people were doing and give it directly to those people for a time, right? Why not? You're making the world a better place. What more do you want, right? Like you don't need your cake and eat it too. Like you can, and I get the only reason it's done is because it's profitable, but like I do feel like there is a world where people could actually thrive more because of a lot of technologies that are displacing jobs rather than less. And I don't like arguments about job displacement. I think they're just bad arguments because I think they imply that things have to be getting worse for those people. And I don't think it is that way. It's just too often that is the case. Yeah, Joe, people suck. We are stuck in our little world. Am I the only one getting that is completely against dependence on AI? I mean, I think it's. I mean, I don't know. I think a dependence on stuff isn't good. I mean, I don't look. I don't mind AI. I mean, I guess I'm kind of pro AI in an optimistic sense, but I'm also just. I think we need to whatever we do, we need to do it fairly and ethically, right? I don't. I like the prospects of AI. I think. I mean, I don't think it's a bad word. I don't think it's scary innately. Like, yes, it might be scary so that we don't know a ton about it because we're just dumb artists on the internet. But I think on the whole, it's I don't know. I mean, maybe you're the only one. I like it. No, I mean no, you're definitely not the only one. But I like the idea of AI. But I also think a lot of people use it as a buzzword, and I think actually automating things is cool. I think that Rona shared the Adam ruins everything video with me about AI, and one of his points was that like AI as a thing is not bad, right? It's like the actual technology is kind of cool, but people are using it to replace current things that are working just fine, and they're replacing it with a worse version of it, right? And if you're replacing something with a like it was a Spotify example, it's like, hey, we've released an AI to give you a new play, to introduce you to new artists that you maybe haven't heard of on your Spotify app. And then it's like, hold on a second, we already have that. Like, we literally already have that thing. And if you're doing that, and the only difference is that it's worse and it's hurting people along the way, it's not good, right? Like, there's a difference like between doing something because you can, like just because something's AI doesn't mean it's shiny and new and it has to be the thing that we use. Like obviously AI is not going to be important or necessary in every aspect of life. That's silly. There's no reason it needs to be and it probably won't be, right? And I think people who just mindlessly want to force it into everything, I think that's a little silly. But I also think there are a lot of cool implementations, and I think medical is probably one of them. There's probably a lot of amazing fields for AI, and yeah, I don't know. I'm hopeful. I'm pretty optimistic about it, but I also think people make a lot of bad arguments, and people like to fear the boogeyman kind of thing. I don't know. I think it's a hard topic just in general. I'm more so mean that relying on AI at least in its current form, can lead to some really bad consequences, like people who use AI automate to pick and hire people at implicit bias. Yeah, I mean, like I say, I think there's good ways to do it. I mean, and this is, I don't know what, you've been here for a while, I think, since the start. But I mean, I kind of mentioned that, right? This is like us having to relearn how to use the internet, right? There are going to be biases, there are going to be problems, and I think people have to learn real quick, right? Even the end user, like me and you, what that means, right? If you're using a search engine from an AI, you understanding, or if you're talking to an AI bot, right? Understanding at least the potential downfalls of it. I mean, so there was a video. So this is not regarding AI, it's regarding just data in general and big numbers, which is really confusing. Actually, I have two examples, but I think big numbers and data are a good example where people who don't know what they're doing look like total fools, and people who do are just treading carefully. So, first example is, it was from a Reddit post yesterday. There was the example of Amazon being scummy and evil by trying to uh, spend millions of dollars to stop unions. Right? They were being evil in the sense of the ethical sense, like they're actively fighting against paying their employees more by spending money to not have to pay them more. And that just feels like, when a whole bunch of people are saying we want to be paid more, the problem of them like, no, we won't do that, but we have all this money just anyway. So that to me is to me was very unethical. But anyway, the point I'm making is in the comments of this Reddit post about Amazon being scummy and trying to, you know, pay a whole bunch of anti-union people to stop their employees from unionizing. There were comments in the Reddit section like they could just use this $14 million to pay the people. And I think to me, which I think the sentiment is nice, but like if you people did the math right in the Reddit thread and was like, yeah, the math doesn't work out. Like that's like the equivalent of paying every employee $9 once, right? A $9 flat fee one time is not the same as like a raise, right? It's obviously that 14 million sounds like a lot, but there's just large numbers there, right? And we obviously don't understand the scale of Amazon when we think 14 million is a lot of money for them. And anyway, it was just this kind of like an entire thread of people vastly misunderstanding numbers, right? And it's this, our brains aren't wired for it, right? And I think there's a lot of that going on, and I think it's just like having to relearn. I see a lot of blue. Yeah, there's a lot of blue. I'm going very slowly today, Rona. How are you, Rona? But anyway, I think with things like AI and just any of those topics in general, I do feel like it's relearning how to use the internet a little bit, and we're relearning how to, learning about all the biases, learning about what can go wrong, learning about data on a large scale. And I feel like there's these things that we're just really bad at as humans. I think large numbers are one of them. Stats are another. We're just really bad at percentages and understanding like what 5% versus 6% looks like, right? But on the scale of millions, it's actually can be significant. And understanding that when you have data that it can be taken Rono. Yeah, that like there's this, I think how you interpret things is like those types of concepts are really important. Um and I think AI is going to kind of shed a light on that really, really quick, right? People who don't understand how AI works, they're, told something from somebody who they think is an AI and they believe it without question, those kinds of things. Like I think those are all going to be problems, of course. But then there's also like how data is collected, how those things are trained. I think there's just a lot of problems. I mean, even when we're talking about like displacing work, all of that can come down to like numbers games and stuff. And I think just it's really hard for people, in myself included, to wrap our heads around a lot of this stuff. And I don't know, I think it's just kind of like we got to do a crash course, an educational crash course on, like you mentioned, data collection and bias, the implicit biases, and or maybe incomplete data where we just don't know stuff, and how to create systems to take, to remove those biases, like with hiring, like doing blind hiring. With hiring, some things aren't taken into consideration, like someone might be great at doing something but horrible at collaborating with other workers. Exactly. Exactly. And I think that kind of thing needs to be taken into account. And I think it will over time, right? There's going to be people who realize that, right? You're realizing it. And there's going to be people who are hiring that realize it. And they're going to go against the trends and do stuff. And people are going to be outraged because they don't understand. And there's going to be, like, I think some of that's okay. But yeah, I mean, but I think understanding those types of problems, because I mean, we already do that, right? A lot of that stuff we already do. Rona, how are you? And what are you up to today? Or what have you been up to? I was wondered if AI is going to come up again. Yeah. Oh yeah, it totally is coming up. And since we just watched that video or listened to it, but yeah, AI is always a good topic on stream. And by good, I mean a topic people don't like, but I like it. I th I think the topics around AI are interesting. I feel like it's sort of like Rona when we watch like bad reality TV shows. I feel like it's not the show itself that's exciting, it's the topics that emerge from the show. That's to me what I really like. It's things talking about, you know, bad data collection or how you can interpret data. And anyway, the reason I was going to talk about data, because there was this video I watched for Path of Exile, which is a video game that I play, which is having a new league in like a few days or like a week. Um, but there was a YouTuber. He used to actually work, or maybe he still does work for League of Legends, Riot Freak. I don't know if you guys know that name. But anyway, he made a video for this game Path of Exile, and it was basically just him with a spreadsheet of all these numbers, but he gave like a 4-minute preamble to like all the some of the things that can go wrong with the way he collected the data and why he chose to collect it in this way, and how even though there's going to be biases and there's some problems, and he pointed out potential problems, and he kind of did this amazing disclaimer about all these potential things that could go wrong and examples of how they might go wrong. And so he's like, so kind of take this with a grain of salt. It's sort of a rough estimate, and like he basically outlined a lot of the pitfalls of data samples and data sets, and the collection methods and biases and different, like, just really good concrete examples explaining potential problems. And I think he demonstrated an understanding of like biases and data just in general that I think a lot of people just don't have. And I was kind of blown away by this video, even though he's just talking about a video game. I'm like, this is good stuff. Like, this is, I feel like, some stuff everyone's going to need to know in the future, because so much of AI relies on this kind of stuff, right? You're just taking huge samples and crunching the data, and there's going to be, like, any individual may not fit that data perfectly, right? Because you're dealing with such large samples. Idril, how are you? Thank you for the follow. And as the sample gets larger, it might end up being that no person is a perfect match at all. But it's like it's kind of like the stereotypical face, right? The ideal face when you're drawing a face, right? You have those, it's like here's the 8-head human, or it's like here's the ideal human. It's like nobody might fit that perfect example, but it's still a good tool. It's just you can't be judging people whether they fit it or not, because no one's gonna fit it. But it doesn't mean that it's not a good starting spot. I think part of learning how to deal with AI is dealing with AI and playing with it and seeing its limitations. Yeah, I think so too. And just knowing beforehand that it has limitations is important. Anyway, yeah, lots of blue today. I'm painting very slowly today. Thank you all for coming in as I rant about random stuff and get derailed by my own thoughts and not be able to hold a coherent sentence. This is pretty standard for stream, where I sound like I'm just speaking gibberish because half the time I am. But yeah, how's everyone doing? What do I want to paint today? I think I want to paint something. Let's add some warm colors. Ooh, let's actually play with some of those brushes from Void Brush. I'm gonna do like a warm and cool thing up here, just to get some fun colors. Have a blue undertone like to this brush, and then I'm painting with warms. This is like the mixer brush kind of. Except everything's gonna gravitate towards blue if I do that. Now it'll gravitate towards green. Oh, not anymore. But yeah, Izzy Zart, how are you? Yeah, I also think in regards to AI, and there's a term, I don't know if it exactly what it means, but I have my understanding of what it means, and I could be wrong, and I apologize if I am wrong on what it means. But in politics, there's a term called like being a reactionary. I think it's essentially just responding to the sort of social climate on issues and not actually like having strong views of yourself of your own opinions, I think. So it's kind of just reacting to what's happening, and you're not really advocating for a specific thing, right? It's like you're just advocating for whatever is hot, kind of. Whereas like Bernie Sanders might be an example of somebody who isn't, because he's been saying the same thing for 30 years. I feel like there's that kind of mentality that needs to be taken with AI, and it's like, what do we actually believe, and do we stick to it? And constantly focusing on whatever hot issue pops up in the news, like, oh, AI did this bad thing or people did this bad thing, like sticking to our values, and instead of over hyper fixating on whatever issue is hot at the moment. I feel like that's going to be important going forward, like knowing what we stand for, and using it to dictate our decisions rather than just hyper focusing on all the single individual events that people, of stupid stuff. So I feel like that's going to be important too, is sort of like, and for me, I feel like that essentially comes down to, I don't really care what decisions we make as long as we make them ethically and we don't hurt people along the way, and we properly compensate, any problem that we do cause, we make sure that the people who, we compensate the people who we're causing those problems for, and that people who are doing the work get compensated for their work, like that kind of thing. Like I'm a huge advocate of that. I think, and I hope to be for the rest of my life. I think that is a value that I strongly believe in. And I think I don't really care, right, which direction we take with AI, as long as we can do it in a good way. Anyway, that's something I hope to achieve in my lifetime, is to be consistent in sort of those morals. And it's possible that my views on stuff will change, but I don't want to just change because I see you know, something goes terribly wrong, and so I'm suddenly turn anti-AI or something, or anti whatever I'm suddenly supposed to be against. Like, I don't like that. I think it's okay to, yeah, anyway, I don't know what I'm talking about anymore. But I like this thumbnail I just made. I was just rambling, and some nice colors. I like the cool tones in the skies. Oh, helicopter. It's been a while since we've had helicopters on stream. I don't know if it comes through with my new mic, but yeah, I feel like it's been a while, which is a good thing. I love the color. Yeah, it is nice. Yeah, the color jitter is good. Let's do more with that. Let's pick a yellow undertone, like a really yellow undertone. and then a green, cool green, and warm green. Wait, that's not the brush. This. There's some weird sound. Okay, anyway, the helicopter. So we have some yellow green, and then, or sorry, that's blue green with yellow undertones, and then we're gonna have yellow green with yellow undertones. Or I don't know what is an undertone? Just I don't even know why I use that word. I don't even really know what it means. Sometimes I use words that I really don't think about. Okay, I like these. I like these colors though. Um, Now I got to think about how I want the perspective to go. I like the idea of looking downward a little bit, but it doesn't look like I'm looking down yet. Ooh, I see. This'll work. Maybe. Just trying to think of some nice vibes. I'm kind of doing these like cities today, so maybe this will be a city. Maybe we'll put in some buildings in here or something. Maybe I'll put some like different colors, some reds, some blobs. Thank you for the follow, Onion V. How are you, Onion? Also, I realized my slideshow's not showing. Whoops. Maybe I don't like this yet. Okay, back to the random brush. Maybe I can get some fun colors in here. Ooh, this is not a fun color. That is an ugly color. Nice. How are you doing? Are you doing well? I hope you're doing well. That's a exciting color. Okay. This maybe something like this. I don't know. I'm just trying to move some colors around. If I can find something that's exciting, I'm going to go with it. Feel like this could work. Maybe we can go like this. And these could be... I'm drawing these little lines here. Oops. And hopefully this will show... This will kind of trick my brain into thinking that these are flat. And there's like a base down here. Maybe I can just draw the line on the ground. Like that. Drawing some layers. Basically, I want to make it look like we're kind of looking down at stuff. Maybe this is a slope here. I don't know. Maybe I don't like these shapes. Thank you for the follow, Nagel. How are you, Nagel? Welcome in. Hope you're doing well today. Yeah, I like that. I think. Maybe not. Maybe the shapes are still weird. Ooh, what if we do like a... I have an idea. Some light poking through, so we have like these little towers. And there's like a little bridge. And maybe on this bridge area, there's buildings that we were talking about. Maybe we'll put some little houses. Maybe there's like a city down here as well. Or like other buildings. Here, let's go a little darker. Could be something down here. And then if this is going to be the bright spot, let's make it a little brighter back here. I feel like we can get some brightness down there. Trees in the foreground, maybe. I kind of don't like the scale of this, though. I think I could do better for the scale. So what I'm going to try, I'm going to duplicate this whole thing. And I want to try and add, like, a nice mountainy area behind it all. And I don't know if that's going to work, but what I want to try is by taking, like, a blue or something. And kind of just pushing the whole thing back. I'm going to do it now. Let me switch to an airbrush. Airbrush, blue, lots and lots of mountains. I'm going to take like a white. Maybe there's mountains back here. Maybe there's even a darker blue for the actual sky. Lighter blue, I don't know. And then we can get some blue in the shadows. It's very foggy. But if I do it right, I think I can make some cool mountains back here as well. Maybe this could go up here. I guess that could go something like this. I'm just trying to make it look like there's a lot of shapes and overlap and different stuff. Maybe this can go a little bit more back here. Some little snow-peaked mountains, maybe. I don't know. Maybe the composition's not great for that. Hey, Kath, how are you? Long time no see. I just thought about you a second ago when I forgot that my slideshow wasn't turned on for for the first hour. I was thinking to myself, I'm surprised Kath hasn't said anything. But I'm like, oh yeah, you're on vacation. You're in Paris and enjoying yourself. Speaking of which, you came back today. Okay, so you're not in Paris anymore. Well, how was your Paris trip? I don't actually know what you were doing in Paris. Were you just visiting like someone or just traveling the world? You know, what sort of stuff were you doing? How was your trip? It was great. I wasn't in Paris though. I was in southern France. Oh, okay. Same thing. Just kidding. No, okay. So yeah, okay. Well, how was France? Basically Paris, right? That's the only thing Americans know about France is Paris. Just kidding. Actually, it's probably not. It's probably pretty accurate, to be honest. Uh, it was a university expedition. We looked at all the Roman ruins and pretty cities. Oh, that sounds amazing. Well, that's super cool. I hope you had a lot of fun. There's some old monuments in here. And these monuments can, some of them are going to break the silhouette. Some of them won't. Something like that. All the funds, but I also miss hanging out. No. Yeah, but you can always hang out at any time. I feel like. I mean, there's lots of days to hang out. It's not every day you get to go to France and see cool stuff. I picture a lot of cheese and wine consumption in France. I have very limited experience with France, just the airport, and my experience in the airport was chaos and disorder, and it was not a great experience, to be honest. As far as airports go, it was horrible. Um, yeah, yes, Charles de Gaulle. Oh my goodness, it was obnoxious. It was so disorder. It was by far the most disordered experience of. I mean, okay, I'm not a big traveler. I am not a big traveler, but when I arrived at the airport, so normally for people who don't fly ever, because I don't really fly ever, so one thing to know is that if you're arriving into a country, like I was into Paris, that you have to go through customs. That is all fine, right? Totally normal and expected. Customs typically takes, an hour or two. It's not too big a deal. Long lines, they treat you like cattle, right? In these big lines that go like, you enter here and then you go like this and then like this and it goes on for a while and then you come to an opening and there's like little gates and you have to go and pick your gate and then you go into your gate or whatever, right? Except there's like 10 of these lines, right? Anyway, so you go into here like a bunch of cows and you stand here for an hour. Except in my case, it was early in the morning. I don't even know if they had opened yet properly or something. But there was one person at the end in their little tiny booth. They had a booth. There was one little old lady for about 1,500 people, all in a row. Just on all this cattle pen. It was just a nightmare of so many people. And every single person, not every single, most people's flights were all leaving within the next hour and a half to 2 hours, and there was one person. There was no way everybody was getting through the line. And they wouldn't open up more places despite having tons and tons of little booths all expanding to the outer reaches, right? It was, ignore my grid here for a moment, right? So it was just you enter here and you have to walk down this line and you're waiting. Anyway, that was fine. But they had this stupid timer thing up here. It's like, your wait time is 5 minutes. No, it wasn't. My wait time was like 2 hours, 2.5 hours. And it's everyone's flight wasn't updating, so they didn't know if they had missed it or not. And they weren't being informed that they hadn't missed their flight. It's like it was just obnoxious. And then you finally get through the line after like panicking, thinking you're gonna miss your flight because your flight was in 2 hours and it took you 3 hours to get through the line. Meanwhile, the flight thing hasn't updated. You don't know if you've missed it yet. And yeah, it was just a really stressful experience. And then I'm running to try and catch my plane. And then I get there and literally they say the pilot cannot be found. So they made it sound like had the pilot arrived on time, we would have left. or they would have left without me, I would have missed my flight had the pilot been there, but the pilot just never showed up. So they had to like wait, but because they didn't know how long it would be before he gets there, they basically told us we don't know how long we were going to have to wait, so keep checking back in every 10 minutes. So I couldn't wander away because God forbid they open it, the pilot arrives and I miss my flight, so I couldn't leave. But eventually every 10 minutes they would inform us, oh, it's going to be another 10 minutes. This went on for 3.5 hours. So not only did I think I was going to miss my flight, then it went to, is my flight even going to happen? Like, it was just no communication. The app was never updating. The whole experience was horrible. And it was just like, went from stressful in one direction to, oh my God, I'm going to miss my flight, to, oh my God, what is happening? Like, are any flights even going to happen? So eventually they found a different pilot or something who was willing to take me from, or take us from Charles de Gaulle Airport to the Vienna Airport. And so finally they found it, but it was just lack of communication, obnoxiously long lines with disregard for when people's flights are, and like not caring. And they were extremely not slow, and they were just they felt rude. They were being rude to everybody, which again, it might be a language issue. Maybe they sounded rude, maybe they weren't, but it sounded like they were rude. And it felt like there was just a lack of any sort of customer service, despite literally those people being the reason that those people, like, the people flying are the customers, are they not? Like, it was just felt really weird that every person in that room, which was like 2,000 people, 1,500 to 2,000, somewhere in there. There's a ton of people. We were all made to feel like we're all going to miss our flights because half of us were on connecting flights. And everybody who was on a connecting flight felt like we were going to miss it because the line was moving so slowly. And maybe some people did miss theirs. I actually don't know. I would not be surprised if people missed their flights because I think it was only my flight where the pilot didn't show up. And it just seemed really stressful, and it didn't need to be that way. And then of course coming back through customs, right, the other direction, I had a much different experience. It was, it's still a little bit of stress, like with the long wait times. Like, I get it, long lines, but they at least updated you. They were, they kind of explained what will go wrong. Like, they were like, oh, we were making sure no flights are leaving without you. You don't have anything to worry about. And, they were pretty good about rushing people through. They opened up additional lines when they felt they were, getting too long. Like, they were really good about actually trying and showing that they kind of care about people. I don't know. It was a totally different experience going the other direction. But yeah, that airport was so stressful. And I kind of have decided, like, I'm not a big flyer, but when I do fly again, I'm sure it will happen again. When I do fly again, I'm gonna make sure I have like 5 hours between landing in a new country and my departure. Like, I'm gonna want the long layovers because I want to just be able to be chill, take my time, go through the lines, not have to worry about, oh my God, am I gonna miss my flight? Like, even having that thought is stressful. Like, it's just. Plus, you're like on 19 hours of sleep deprivation, which is not good. So already sleep deprived, and then you're in a stressful situation. It feels like a military experience, It's like isn't that the recipe for breaking you in the military is to deprive you of sleep and put you through stressful situations? Like, they couldn't have engineered a more stressful situation. But yeah. Hello, Crazy TV. Welcome in, Ike. Welcome in, Raiders. How are you? Blizzard Star, Mochi Gaming. And yeah, so there should be an app that updates you, by the way. Why can I not scroll up? Jingleson, there should be an app that updates you on your flight, but it wasn't. It wasn't updating. I don't know why. I think because they didn't know that it was delayed. They didn't know that until we did. Like, it was extremely slow on the... Like, I think their communications was bad. They never updated it. It wasn't changing. And everybody was having this problem. It wasn't just a me problem. Anyway, why do emotes have volume? What's going on? What do you mean? Emotes have volume? What do you mean emotes have volume? Ike, how are you doing? How was your stream? Short stream raid. How are you? Machi Gaming. Hello, Hana. You're hope you're doing well. At the bottom of my Twitch chat, it has a new button that says emote volume. What if you crank up the volume? I don't know English. I'm just going to see you draw it. That style is so wonderful. Aw, well, thank you. Yeah, so what happened? My smudge glove thing came off. I forgot. Have you posted a brush pack before? I feel like I've asked you about your brushes, but I can't find them. So yeah, so I actually have. So I do have brushes right there, but also I'm using a new brush pack by one of our stream friends and stream uh, fellow streamer, Void Brush. So these actually were painted with Void Brush's brushes. Just little blobby thumbnails. Some of them weren't, but like this one was. And it gets really nice, soft colors. They have some really fun like color jitter and stuff, and different brushes in there. Yeah, the Void brushes, exactly. So like here, I'm just gonna play with some of this, which I don't like that brush. Oh yeah, there's an emote volume. Weird. Ooh, Dorf Romantic. Oh, is somebody playing Dorf Romantic? Oh, you're playing Dorf Romantic because your tensinovitis was acting up, preventing me from using my hands much. Oh, that sucks. I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, but that's a cool game though. Yeah, that's a fun game. But yeah, anyway, so I guess I can show you what I typically do. Most of the time on stream, when I do thumbnails, I just start with colors. I like to pick colors, maybe that ones that I don't have a lot of, so maybe some oranges. Maybe we'll do some orange and blue or something. I try to find color palettes that are nice. Um, maybe smudge stuff together a bit to get new colors. Um, yeah, basically, I just try to explore ideas and come up with something that's kind of new or interesting. So I think today I want to do some paintings looking downward, kind of like this perspective. So I might come in here and make some mountains. Maybe I want some dark foreground. I like starting with a dark foreground. Colors don't really matter. I like to mix them. How is people? I'm doing well. I'm doing well. Yeah, I don't think the colors matter too much when I'm painting because you can always change them. But it's also a fun way to experiment and find new colors or combinations of stuff. Maybe these are going to be some really big mountains. Ooh, let's do this brush. We're gonna go like a, I don't know, I guess purple or red or something undertone, and then like the blue. That'll work. I don't normally use. Ooh, I like the orange and purple combo. Thanks. Yeah, I don't normally use these like jitter brushes, but this one is really fun because it does get a nice mix of color. And it's a fun way. Like at this stage, I'm not really worried about making anything look nice. I just want to. Oh, I don't like that. I just want to get some fun colors. Actually, let's try this. So yeah, I want to just do some nice mountainy vibes. Let's do that. Maybe not that one on here. Maybe it's not gonna look good. Haven't been able to draw or do much of anything the last couple of days. Mostly the condition has been manageable, and I wonder if the weather change has caused a flare-up. But for some recent art, if you want to see, I did this. Let's take a look. Oh, I like this. This is really cool. Galaxy Quest. This is really... I don't like saying this too often, but this might be my favorite thing that I've seen of yours. I think it's a little different than what you normally paint, and while I think your art is awesome, and don't take this the wrong way, I think typically the type of stuff that you draw doesn't perfectly align with my interests, but I feel like this does more. If that makes sense. So I feel like that I really like this just from the I mean it's wonderfully drawn just like most of your stuff is, but this also hits the thematic and the color vibes, and I feel like this is right up my alley. So this is my favorite of yours. Is that rude to say like that you like something more of someone's because it's different than their normal work? Is that it sounds like it's rude, but I guess it'd be like if I paint a character and someone is like, "Oh, I really love this because I prefer character art," you know? And I think that's totally a valid thing to say. Like, I don't have to like character art as much, but it'd be understandable if someone else related to my art more because it's character art. And I think that's kind of how it is with this piece for me of yours. I really, really like it. Love the colors. Um, I just think the sci-fi vibes are fun. I know, but I think sometimes in my head maybe I was coming across like there was an implied like I don't like your normal stuff, which I hope isn't the case, but yeah. Because like sometimes I really love people's drawings style or technique or their skill and the way they do stuff, but I may not necessarily like the subjects they draw. Like it's not necessarily my thing. And it doesn't stop me from liking their art, but it's still not really the main type of art I would consume. Whereas I think this is kind of hitting that mark for me. I really like it. I definitely don't want people to like. No, no, no. I hope I'm not implying that I don't like your art. That's not at all what I'm implying. Um, I just think this one leaned in more into what I tend to like more, if that makes sense. Like, like you could have, on this side it's a dislike, and then on this side it's a like, right? And maybe this is where your art was before, and now it's a little more over here, right? So it's like it just moved more to the likes. Like it's not that I didn't like it before, but I just yeah, it was more what I like, right? And I hope that was not rude. I feel like I feel like I'm digging myself a hole or something. Okay, maybe I want to put some things here. Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out how I want to do this with this snowy scene. What I want to do. But I kind of like. But yeah, I mean, obviously art's subjective, and people don't need to like everything. At least the subjective sides of art is subjective. I guess technically there can be more concrete things. I sometimes don't like the whole oh well art's subjective. Like I do feel like there are not actually objective parts of art, but I think we can agree on metrics that can be objective, even though you may not totally agree which metrics to use. But I think we can say like this art is going to be judged on these metrics, and I like that. I don't know, 'cause, like that's how it's weird as somebody who does art. I have a tendency to want to argue for some sort of objective thing in art because that's how I make decisions in my own art. Like that's how I decide if something is finished or not. That's how I decide if something is going to be stuck. If I decide that oh, I want to fix the composition, it's because I'm judging my art based on some metrics that I've set for myself. And once those metrics are set, I can say like, oh, this is better than that in an almost in an objective sense because it can fit the metric more, right? So it's like I want, maybe I want a composition that's a bit more dynamic than this, right? I think I could objectively say that some compositions are less dynamic. So once I've made up my mind about how I'm judging my own art, the actual like is this better or worse oftentimes is more objective, but only within that specific metric, right? Not everybody needs to, not everybody wants a dynamic composition, right? Not every image is going to demand one. But once I've decided that this is what I want, to me, right, as the artist, there are like better or worse ways of going about that. Like that's what my entire decision making process relies on, is that I can consistently tell when something looks more like the thing I want it to look like or less like the thing. Or, if I'm trying to depict a giant, right, what are the metrics? Well, maybe the one of the metrics is, does he look big, right? The bigger I can make him, the better, right? The more giant he looks. And if he looks tiny in comparison to my character, that is not succeeding. Whereas if he looks huge compared to my character, that is succeeding, right? And sometimes there are specific things that are a bit more concrete because you've decided in the narrative what you want it to be. And I agree that's not technically objective, but from the perspective of the person making the art, or from my perspective, it feels very objective, right? Because I've decided what I want it to. So I think that aspect to me doesn't feel objective. But yeah, obviously tastes are, right? So I can look at someone's skill and be like, you're really good, or you have improved. Objectively, I think you've improved, right? But it doesn't mean that I like your art. And whether you like it or something is, yeah, I agree. There should be a separation between good and I like it. Yeah, there are plenty of things that I don't like that I know are great or are very well done, right? Lots of movies I think are very well constructed, right? There's obviously a lot of care went into it. They paid attention to a lot of different details. Their story was told well. I just didn't like it, right? I didn't like the story. Maybe it wasn't a setting or a genre that I enjoyed. And I think those kinds of things happen a lot. Anyway, let me continue painting because I realized I kind of stopped doing that for a bit. Mochi Gaming. All right, I'm going to go eat food now and then sleep. Have fun in your paintings. It looks really awesome, man. Thank you. There are certain styles I don't like, but there are people that execute those styles very well. Yeah, yeah. There's also styles, and I think another fun aspect of art and styles and taste. Oh, Crazy says, I see you on Instagram. I really like your drawings. It's so incredible. Some word in Spanish for you is tu dibujas muy chimba parce. I don't know what that means. You dibujas, is that draw very chimba parse? What's that? I don't know what chimba parse is. Very, I'm just gonna pretend that's a compliment, so I'm gonna say very beautiful environment. I don't know. I don't know. I'm just making up a compliment for myself. Sorry. Uh, Thank you though. Someone's gonna have to translate or something. Uh, all I know is two is you and moi is very, but I don't know the vocab. Um, so it's you something very. So I assume it's a compliment. Uh, so thank you. There are certain styles I don't like, but there are, yeah, I agree. I think another fun aspect of that is styles, at least from the artist's perspective, styles that I like visually, but I don't enjoy drawing them. So styles that I enjoy looking at, but I don't like line art, right? I don't enjoy drawing line art. It's tedious for me, but I can appreciate it. And I like seeing artists who do use line art. But I've never been drawn to it. Team of Parse did not translate. Oh, interesting. Okay. Well, I'm gonna just assume it's a compliment because most people aren't jerks. Yeah. And no, but I think there's a lot of really interesting topics around art and like people like and what they don't like, and telling someone they don't like something, even if it's just the subject matter. Like I don't know. It's always a weird thing. Like I wouldn't want to tell someone I don't like their art, but like what happens when you genuinely find somebody's art distasteful and then they ask you how, not saying anybody in chats is like that, but like I see on Reddit all the time, it's kind of a common trend that people like to get it up in arms and sort of bust out the pitchforks anytime there's nudity posted in the art subreddits. Not because of nudity itself, but because they feel that that's all people will post because they know it gets them upvotes or something. So people just draw a bunch of nude characters, and then people are like, this subreddit's turned into porn. And that's a fair complaint, I guess. Like if that's that, if that subreddit has turned from one thing into another thing, it makes sense that you may not like that. But I think the problem is that like when those people start complaining to the artists themselves of like, you shouldn't draw this thing that you've drawn, like I think that becomes really wrong. And it's like they should be able to draw whatever they want, and you shouldn't be telling them it's not art. Like that is absolutely despicable. But at the same time, I get the concern of like, I don't, maybe this particular thing in this particular place isn't welcome, and I don't know. So there's always like hard sort of social situations like that to navigate, and I never really know how I feel about certain things, especially when it comes to preferences and style and all that. Like I don't have to like it, but that doesn't mean that I need to tell the person about it. Okay, what am I doing here? Drawing nudity makes you popular. Where are all my upvotes on that? If you post in the art subreddit, well, it's no, no, so that's the thing. It's not that it makes it popular. It's that people people are just outraged apparently, and then there's people who like me who I kind of if I see people if I see people pulling out the pitchforks for what I think is unfounded reasons, I am very much, or even just pitchforks in general. I think it's never okay to pull out the pitchforks. But if I see that happening, I have a tendency to want to like fight against the crowd. I'm like, you guys should not like. I don't think this is the right way to go about this problem. So let me just push back. And like, I think there are people like me. I don't necessarily upvote those posts, but I sometimes want to because it's like I don't want the angry mob to get their way. I don't care what side of it you're on. Like, I think there's ways to go about it that aren't like this. I don't like this like turning into wild animal behavior. I think it's just I feel like we can do better. And I don't care what is happening. When I see that, I'm like I wanna mess with them a little bit. Maybe that makes me a bad person, and I don't always do this, obviously, but I have this urge, which also maybe is a little bit, animalistic to like just do this thing based on gut reaction. But yeah. Yeah, I agree. No nuance for the 100 characters. Yeah. Volix, thank you for the follow. Spiritless Wolf, I see your 5 minute thumbnail. Right now, I'm just drinking tea. I should probably start painting again. And then I'm gonna do a 5 minute thumbnail. Then we're gonna vote, and then I'll paint on one of these till the end of stream, and I'll hopefully turn it into a painting that it looks okay. But yeah, I feel like with some topics, especially topics that are kind of inconsequential, like art, oftentimes, like art is kind of luxury in many ways, and it's I don't think it's typically not world ending if someone doesn't like your art. So yeah, I actually like to kind of, I don't know. I think being a little bit, what's the word? Not confrontational, but I think it's okay to push back against stuff. If people are holding extremely polarized views on certain things in art, I feel like it's totally okay to push back. Like, whenever I see like snobby art people being snobby, I'm like, you know what? I want to be against you, right? Like, I think that there can be like, I don't want to be one of those people. Anyway, okay. Let me start 5-minute thumbnail. 5-minute timer starting now. Okay, here we go. 5-minute thumbnail. What to paint? Let's see. We have a lot of blue and green. We have a little bit of yellow. Let's do more yellow. Maybe we have a slice of light coming diagonally. And then on the sides of the light, we have a little bit of cool blue. I hate art teachers who spit on manga or commercial art. Yeah, I've heard a lot of that. I've never seen it in real life, and so I'm hesitant to weigh in too much on it because I also know that people and look, I like to trust people when they say this is my experience. Like, who am I to say that that's not your experience? But I also know from experience, from my experience, that people will oftentimes misinterpret good intentions. They'll misinterpret them incorrect, or they'll interpret them incorrectly, right? And so, and again, I don't know if this is always what happens, but oftentimes an art teacher is going to have a very specific idea of what they're trying to teach, right? Maybe it's one type of art, right? Maybe you're in an illustration course, maybe their background's illustration, whatever it is, right? Maybe it's a certain thing. And whatever they're trying to teach, it might be the case that they feel like manga is not it, right? And I think that's okay, right? I think if you go into a product design course and you're say, I just want to draw environments, they're saying, no, you're going to focus on drawing these objects, right? This is not that. If you want to do that type of art, you can go elsewhere. And I think that's a totally valid thing to make. But I think oftentimes the teacher doesn't communicate that, or the student misunderstands the intent of maybe the entire class. Like, I think there's a lot of good intentions and just bad teaching that happens. And so I don't know. I would imagine if you were to ask a different question about art teachers who say that, I think a lot of times they wouldn't say, "Oh, I think manga is bad." I think they might say that if you want to make a habit of drawing humans and inventing your own characters, you should first learn to draw realistic. And I think that's okay. And I think if you're in a class where they believe that and that's the sort of what you're learning, I think it's okay to say that that's a skill that you need. I mean, if you're viewing art as a skill, right? Which I do, especially illustration, more so than other types of art, maybe. I think it's perfectly reasonable to say here is a prerequisite to certain things. At least this is the way I'm going to teach it. You don't need to agree with it. And I'm not saying that you can't do the thing, just this class may not be the place for it, right? It'd be like, I don't know, maybe a bad analogy, but kind of similar would be like if you're taking a driver's ed course and you're trying to speed, they're like, this is not the time to race. Like, I get that you like racing cars, but we are learning to go slow. We're learning to follow the rules and we're learning to do certain things, right? We're not here to learn how to race and we're not learning how to drift. Like, this is not the place for it, right? This is a driving course to learn how to drive. It's not to learn how to race, right? Two totally different things. And I think that's okay. But I think it has to be clear. And I think a lot of times art classes are not clear on what the purpose is. In fact, I think they're quite the opposite. I think they're confusing. People say, oh, they're going to just learn art. And it's like art 101. Like, what does that even mean? Right? You shouldn't have classes called just art class, right? In high school, that's extremely common, where you just have a generic art class and they don't tell you what the class is about, right? They don't say this is a, figure drawing from life class, right? And you're trying to do representational art, or you're trying to do, realistic whatever. Like, I think there's, what am I drawing now? 49 seconds? Uh-oh, I'm running out of time. So yeah, I think a lot of times it is the teacher's fault because they miscommunicate. But I do think oftentimes the message isn't that the anime is bad. It's just that we are learning something specific in this class, and this is not the time for it. Or like a math class who says, I want to do fractions, and it's like, sorry, we're gonna learn algebra today, right? It's like this is an algebra class. I'm sorry, we're not learning this other type of math because that's not what this is, right? There are other places to learn other types of math, right? You don't go into an algebra class saying, I want to learn trigonometry. No, it's an algebra class. You're probably learning that type of math, right? And I think that's okay. But I think if you go into a generic math class and you have an idea of what you want to learn and you can't learn it, that sucks. Anyway, now I got to read some comments. This thumbnail was not good. I apologize, Spiritless Wolf. Is that a fire? I don't know. I think it was going to be light. It's just going to be light. No, it wasn't going to be fire. It's just like a beam of light shining through. Maybe I'll put something like this. I know that the timer's up, but I'll do something like this. And then I'm going to read all the comments, what I was ranting about. Okay. My question is, who am I to decide what art is and isn't? I think it would be more interesting to throw things up on a screen and ask, is this art? Why am I not? Oh, no, I completely disagree with that. I don't think it matters why something is or isn't art. I don't think it matters. You can tell me that my art isn't art, and I'm not going to argue with you. I genuinely don't care if you think it's art, right? My question is, what does it do? What is it for? Why do I like it, right? And do you, like, for example, if I'm doing an illustration for a card game, does it matter if it's art? No. Does it serve the purpose of the illustration? Does it tell the story it's supposed to tell? Does it evoke the emotion it's supposed to tell? Right? I don't care if it's art, right? I'm not making, like, I think the definition is irrelevant of art. So I don't care. I don't think that's an important question. Or are you in band class and you want to play pop music when it's all about learning? Yeah, exactly. I think that's a good analogy to that. But yeah, I totally get it though. Like hating when teachers spit on manga or commercial art. I think if you're hating on one type of art, that's not good. But I do understand advising students not to do certain things in the class. Like, for example, if you're trying to do a figure drawing class, right, and you're trying to teach students figure drawing and everyone's drawing anime faces on all the characters, I understand why that would be discouraged. I would discourage that. If I were a teacher, which I wouldn't ever be teaching a figure drawing class, but I would absolutely tell students, this is not the class to be drawing anime faces where you need to actually try to sketch out the general forms because, just drawing the contour, like, if we're trying to learn light and shadow and you're not adding light and shadow, and certainly not the light and shadow that actually exists, then what are you, like, you're not actually doing the thing that we're trying to teach, Like, it's, yeah, I don't know. So I get that in some cases it might come across like, oh wow, they're being extremely anti-anime or anti-whatever. I don't think that's always the case though. I think sometimes it surely is, right? There are some hey Fish, how are you? There are some extremely elitist artists out there who will definitely have opinions that are very anti one type of art. But I also think that the other stuff happens too. And I don't know. I think when you're in a class, typically just do what the teacher says. And if you really don't want to, then you can just quit the class. And if you're in high school, then you don't really get a choice, and that sucks, but that's high school. But yeah, I mean, I think as far as like, yeah, I mean, I just think it's both, it's the teacher's job a little bit. Anyway, I'm going to vote. Let me pull up a voting thing. Fish, how are you doing today? With my degree course, they encourage whatever kind of art. Yeah, I mean, so there's different types of art classes. Some art classes are like, so my intro to community, like my intro to art class, I took one at community college when I was in high school. It was like a part of a program called Running Start. And they it was more of like a multimedia experimental type art class. We weren't learning fundamentals. We were just trying different tools, trying different mediums. For our final, we could use any medium that we had experimented with during the class. So charcoal, pastels, graphite, paints, like some sort of paints, maybe acrylics. I don't remember what it was. Maybe it was water. I don't know. Maybe some paints. Maybe I think even like clay. Did we use clay? I don't know. It was all sorts of stuff. So we could basically use whatever we wanted for our final, and that is very different, right? I think that kind of art class is, for me, it's a weird one. I don't really like that kind of art class. But I also get that for a lot of people, that's their intro to art, and that's what makes them fall in love with doing art, is that they get to play around with new things that they never thought they'd get to, you know? Being able to draw with charcoal if you've never had access to charcoal. Like, that's pretty cool. But yeah, I think that is not your standard art class, right? That's not what I think of when I think of an art class. And that's not what I would ever want to. I would never want to take another one of those art classes. I can go experiment with medias on my own, right? Or different mediums. What I would want is more, fundamental knowledge, like concrete knowledge, like design knowledge, or tool. Like you did running start, yeah, as in high school. Does it still exist? I don't even know. Okay, there's the straw poll. There is the thing. You can vote. I'm going to make this. Let me go to my channel so I can pin the message to the top. For some reason, I can't see my message. What happened? Did they remove the feature on Twitch where you can see the backlog of chat? Can somebody do we have any mods here? Can somebody pin the message? For some reason, I mean, okay, actually I can do it. I just don't want to spam too much. Here we go. I'll pin my message. I got it. Pin this message. Enable to pin. Something went wrong. Please try again. What? What is happening? Am I connected? Why can't... Oh, there it is. Pinned by Stiller. What? Yeah, pin now. It took me a few moments. There we go. All right. Anyway, 7 minutes. Get your vote in now. And yeah. But anyway, speaking on the art topic, yeah, there's a lots of different types of art schools and art education and different types of art classes. And I think a lot of people's experience is what I just described, where you can kind of do anything, and then when you do something, the teacher's like, "Oh, but not that," right? And I think that's a problem. I think if you're going to allow students to do whatever, you need to actually allow them to do whatever, or at least make it very clear what they can and can't do and why. But I think if it's just general like drawing fundamentals, like I think that's also a time where I don't know. I mean, I think both people need to be a bit more lenient, right? Students need to understand that teachers are trying to teach them something, so maybe just try to understand what the teacher is trying to teach and go with it, right? It's not doing schoolwork isn't necessarily a time for real self-expression, right? I think if you're looking for the real self-expression and finding your own style, you can do that on your own time. But I think oftentimes art education is to learn something specific, and just try to learn the thing they're trying to teach you, because that's the kind of the point, right? So it really depends on what the point of the class is. This is the first time you voted for more than 2. Oh, interesting. I'm not going to vote for 2. Just kidding. I am going to vote for actually probably only 2 of them. Maybe. I don't know what I'm voting for. They all kind of look the same today. Sometimes that happens. All right. Currently, number 3 and 6 are winning. Oh, interesting. 3 and 6. Never would have guessed. I think that part of the reason they discourage anime is you know the rules before you break them. Yeah. But I think there's oftentimes a miscommunication there, because a lot of the students who are upset about that don't understand that there even are rules, because maybe a lot of what got them into drawing in the first place are imitation, which is fine, and imitation is a huge part of it. and you will always draw by imitating. But I think if you don't understand that there's other ways to do it, then it feels like you're being told you can't do the one thing you like about art, right? It's like, I like anime, I want to draw anime. But yes, you can draw anime, but first let's, it feels like it's counterproductive. There's a story or a book I'm reading. It's kind of a, I don't know what you want to call it, mediocre lit RPG book. It's lit RPG is like art role playing games in book and story form, when like the characters are oftentimes like literally in a video game world. There's like RPG rules and there's like levels and stuff, but it's basically like it's them exploring the world typically, so it's kind of very world building ish. Anyway, so one of the characters was like, it's like doing training for some character class that is like uses guns or something, and it's like he's the only one, and they have to spend like a super long time learning all this stuff before they even get a hold a gun. And it's like, it understandably they would be pissed off because like you want to do this thing and you literally can't do it for the longest time. So you have to spend all this time not doing the thing you want to do so that you can do the thing you want to do, right? And it's like, what a horror, like, you would, if you wanted to do anime and then you get into college and you're like, you can't draw anime, you're like, oh my god, this is horrible. Like, yeah, it'd be frustrating, but if it does serve a point, then I get it, right? I think the same argument would be, I want to draw like Disney style. Well, okay, let's first learn how, the fundamentals, and you can start stylizing. And I think that's totally reasonable. Anyway, here is the straw poll. We are still voting. We have a few more minutes, 2 minutes and 35 seconds to be exact. But I will say, I think there are definitely some teachers that are extremely biased against anime. All right, and as I think Azel said, it's like that scene in The Karate Kid, exactly, where he's instead doing all the wax on, wax off and stuff, and he's doing different things because he wants to learn to he wants to fight, but he's told he can't fight. Yeah, exactly. I think that's what you're. I don't know if you're saying that one specific scene, but yeah, I mean, I think that's super common, and I think understanding that sometimes you have to have prerequisite skills, right? It'd be like someone saying they want to start singing, but they can't carry a tune, right? Or they can't hit certain notes. It's like, well, hold on, let's slow down and do simple, you know, vocal practice before you can start singing full songs. Or, someone who wants to write, but they don't know how to, they don't know their alphabet or something. I don't know. Maybe that's a bad analogy. But yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot of examples like that. But it does feel like sometimes it's a little bit overly focused on the anti-anime narrative. And I don't know. Maybe it's true. It could be. But I also think sometimes it's not, people just not being very generous with their interpretation of other people's arguments, which I feel like is an explanation I'm more willing to accept these days with seeing how people respond to stuff online. It's like, yeah. I'm more than halfway to a print redeem. Nice. Very nice. So anyway, we have 30 seconds to get your vote in now. Last call for voting if you're just coming in. That is the straw poll. You can click it very quickly and you can hit vote. You can select multiples. And then it looks like number 3 is going to win. Number 3's, wow, number 3 was super quick. I don't know how one's winning. Anyway, I guess that gives me a framework to do something fun with. I fully understand the part of learning the fundamentals first. It's just that in some cases, Loven's video on it is pretty interesting. Even if you're following the actual lesson that has nothing to do with anime, some teacher want to see what other things you draw at home, and then when they see anime, they spit on it, and it's really, yeah. See, that's wrong. That's wrong. I agree. Yeah, I've heard a little bit of his story. I don't really follow his videos all that much, but yeah, I agree. There definitely are some teachers who do that. I don't think that's the norm, though. I think that is an outlier, but it's at least it's common enough that I have heard that over, multiple times. And yeah, that's obviously not okay. Yeah, I don't. I mean, I will say though, it also depends if it's homework. If the homework is supposed to be go draw at home the stuff we've been practicing, and then you don't do that, and instead you draw something else, that also, again, I'm not saying that's what happened. It probably isn't. Um, but I think sometimes there's just a miscommunication. Sometimes it's the teachers not explaining themselves so that the student. I mean, I've literally had this happen where a teacher literally didn't explain something. Half the students went home and did it wrong, and the teacher acted like they did it wrong because they didn't know they didn't explain it well, right? That's happened. And then finally, I think the teacher was convinced, okay, maybe I didn't make that clear enough. But yeah, teachers misexplain stuff all the time, right? I mean, they're humans like me or you, but also students misinterpret things all the time. So it's a complicated issue, right? Because sometimes you're not even told why you're doing something. You're just told to do it. And if that's the case, yeah, it's hard. Anyway, let me create this thing. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. I mean, and that's what I think ideally you would do if you want to learn manga. You could go. I mean, this gets into a whole nother issue, which is like I think it's cool if you wanted to learn manga, you could go to someone who teaches manga, right? Or they teach you how to draw, but they have a manga background, so they know their stuff, right? And if you want to learn something else, you can go to somebody who teaches that something else. But then there's also the other way, which is if you want to learn manga, you go from someone who you learn to draw from somebody who isn't a manga artist, right? Because it might give you a different experience and you can actually bring that into your manga and it might actually end up being better or different, right? Not better. Or similarly, if you want to do a certain type of art, you could go to an art teacher who has a different experience than you and learn from them and then bring that into the thing you actually want to do, right? So maybe you're bringing some of that anime and manga or comic flair into whatever type of storytelling you actually want to do, and maybe there's something you can learn, right? So I think there's ways to bridge it and to do different things. And I don't think there's a right or wrong way. And I think in theory you would want to do both, right? You'd learn from people who have the background and knowledge in the field you want to be in, but you'd also learn from other fields and add those in, right? You want to do both. So yeah, I mean I think oftentimes to me the obvious solution is go to multiple sources to learn, right? If you don't like, one teacher isn't going to teach you everything you need to know. Every teacher is going to have their own biases, and by branching out and getting a lot of different teachers, you can combat some of those biases, and also you just learn a wider range of stuff. Gatekeeping art is just said. Yeah, I agree. I mean, I'm not sure if that's what we're talking about, though, really. I think we're just talking about people's opinions influencing other people, or by saying you shouldn't do this and what, like I don't like this type of art and therefore I'm going to grade you poorly or think less of your art because of it. I don't really think that's gatekeeping. I think that's just bad teaching or bad learning, depending on whose end we're viewing from. I mean, there are definitely students, and I've experienced this firsthand, who are just terrible students. Like not from a like when I was a student, right? I had classmates who they were like, I don't. So I have. It was funny. We were learning in landscape architecture, we were learning basic graphics, like very basic representational, how to represent the things that we design in graphics, right? Or no, sorry, it was a design class. So it wasn't even about graphics. It was about like design principles, right? Things like leading the eye, right? Using lines to lead the eye, using points to lead the eye, right? It's a series of repetition, right? We were using, the ground plane because this was landscape architecture, so there's a lot of using, instead of just focusing on objects, right? You're also thinking about trails and patterns and and eye lines and, breaking vision, lost and found, having a path go behind a corner and, you lose it and then it comes back out the other side and you can kind of see up ahead where you want to go. That kind of stuff, right? Pretty simple. But when we were doing our section on like the very basics, like leading the eye with lines and points, we had a classmate essentially speak up and say this is all BS. Like, of course we don't need to spend a week on how to use lines and like, this is like you're treating us like children and blah blah blah. And I think he just missed the point. Like he didn't even get it. He wasn't even good at what he was doing because he didn't understand what they were trying to teach him. And he yeah, he basically was not justified in his outrage, even though, yeah, sure, maybe it was not a super complicated topic, but it was thinking about these, everybody knows what a line is, but thinking about how you can use a line to, or what does it mean to, just, I think these things about how you, like these design principles that aren't immediately obvious to some people, right? The whole point was to train your how you think. It wasn't just telling you knowledge and saying, do you understand it? It was, can you actually implement this in your own work? Him watching your stream right now? This is fine. Oh, maybe he'd be watching my stream right now. That would be funny. But anyway, I just remember that this guy was totally outraged, and he actually wrote a note. No, I shouldn't say this. What if he is watching? No, he wouldn't be watching. But anyway, he basically he outraged, and he's actually a friend of mine, I should say. Kind of. I mean, we don't really talk that much, um, but anyway, I think he was totally unjustified in this. But he actually wrote a letter explaining how stupid this thing is and how everyone else kind of agrees. And he essentially signed it as like from the entire class. And people were like, I did not consent to this. Like, this is not. We don't all share this opinion. Like some people did, but not everybody. And in hindsight, to me, it was even more obvious because it's funny enough that a lot of those things are the things I use the most today. Like, they are the most practical things of everything I learned. It's those things that I literally use on a day-to-day basis. So they were important. Like I get wanting to spend time if you're the teacher on those topics, right? Because they probably see students all the time not understand them. But I also, from the student's perspective, it makes sense to be frustrated because you just don't get it always. And it's hard to know what you don't know, you know? Anyway, Libreles, how are you? Okay, so this painting, I don't know what I'm going to do here. I guess what I want to do, because it has an opportunity for a fun lighting scenario. So I guess I want to cast a light down here and put something. Is this really the thumbnail we picked? Oh, speaking of thumbnail, so I reworked this a bit. It's still not great, but I reworked it a little bit. It's the fairy painting. Do you have a plan for this thumbnail yet? No, I don't. It looks like a temple in the sky. Oh, it could be the sky. I was more thinking snow. But yeah, I worked on this a little more. I'm still not totally happy with these shapes, and it kind of turned into like a hobbit home. But I kind of like it. I think this shape needs to be a bit more rounded. But just to match this curve more. But yeah. Anyway, so I'm pretty happy with this. Where I love the Hobbit huts. Yeah, and they're kind of stacked on top, and I didn't want to make them exactly Hobbit holy, but I'm pretty happy with it. It's kind of fun. I'll probably keep working on it, and it's still extremely undetailed. Like there's no face on this person, and I actually want to practice rendering things. But I do think I like it. It's kind of a fun picture. But no, I don't have a plan for this thumbnail yet. It could be something in the sky, but no, I think what it's gonna be is. Well, here, let me just start painting it. I think I'm gonna put like a building here. How big are the fairies? I don't know, kind of big, like human. size, maybe? I don't know. I'm not sure. They could be small. I'll have to put little shadows. I need to do some more lighting stuff to make it you can see how big they are on the or where how far off the ground they are. Um, that way when I put light on them. Yeah, I still need to do some shadow stuff and some lighting. Because it can be hard to know if this person is laying on the ground or not. But like if I put a little shadow here and some light, right, then you can show that they're actually off the ground. So making characters appear like they're off the ground can be a tough thing, but I think this image will be fine. I think I'll manage. But yeah, it's just a work in progress. So yeah, I think this is something. Let's see. But no, it's not yellow snow. It's just snow being lit by yellow light. There's a big difference. Or maybe there isn't. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there is no difference at all. It's the Fortress of Solitude. I know, I'm just being stupid. No, I think it's funny. Hmm. But yeah, I'm not sure what I'm gonna do. I think I'm just gonna keep on painting and make sure, as long as I have the right colors, I think it's okay. I'm sort of just playing around with the color palette. It could end up being anything. Though what you said is true. Yeah, it is. I mean, I feel like people don't need to be told that though. I can't imagine anyone ever actually needed to be told not to eat yellow snow. Just saying. I don't know where did that come from? Like being a joke or something. Like I don't understand how that's a joke and not just like I don't really get it. When was the last time you ate any kind of snow? I I've like, eaten some snow before. Like if there's sometimes if there's a whole bunch of snow, actually don't eat snow. Yeah, it's probably not great. I don't know. I imagine in small doses it's not a big deal. I think people are pretty gross and they consume a lot of bacteria and stuff anyway. Yeah, it probably is. Um, no, I've eaten snow though. Like if I'm walking by like a fence or something and there's a giant like how do I draw it? Let me open up a file. Open. I'm not eating snow off the ground, right? It's like if there's a big fat layer of snow. So let's say here's a a fence, right? We have the beams down here, right? And then the snow is piled up here. So we have snow that looks like this, right? And it's on top of the fence, right? So all of this is the snow. Like I might just take a if it's all poofy and untouched and pristine looking, right? And you have all the snow like this and it's sitting on top. I might just take a little handful and just or like a little bit and eat it. Yeah. Yeah, I'll munch on the freshly fallen powder. Or if it's on the ground, I might take it. But I'm not gonna if it's touching like the actual ground, I won't do it. Like if it's on the ground, but like it's thick, like there's a couple feet length or something. Yeah, if it's a top layer, I'll take a little bit. I'm not afraid of that. Like if the snow is only touching other snow, I'm okay. But like I'm not gonna like grab snow that people have been walking in or something, or like if there's footprints. If it's been touched by humans, I'm not gonna grab it, right? Like that's just weird to me. But I don't know. I don't mind too much. I know there's been a lot of like people mentioning about um oh God, next. The gray, almost black snow on the side of the road is the best super smoky aroma, like roasted beef. Why? No, don't do that. Yeah, that's gross. I feel like people would know. I don't know. Seems obvious. I feel like this isn't a thing people would want to know. Canadians pour syrup into snow and then roll it up and eat it. So do they really? That sounds interesting. But yeah, I've heard of thing. I remember hearing, and I feel like it was conspiracy theory talk, but I don't actually know because I never looked into it, and I never cared enough to actually heed the warning. But when I was a kid, I remember people talking about like I don't know, like snow coming through the atmosphere. Like when snow was falling, it somehow picked up like radiation or something, and it's like, oh, it's gonna poison you. I'm like, what? I never understood it, and it sounded loony at the time, and then, like how bad it is for you because it has a bunch of things that can get you sick in it. It's like it doesn't sound any worse than like breathing the air. Like I feel like if the air is that bad, then it probably you're gonna get sick. Which maybe there's something to it that I just don't know. But I feel like it was a little bit in conspiracy land, and I feel like there might be particulates of stuff in snow that it picks up as it goes through the atmosphere, but it's not gonna be bad in low quantities. Is my hunch, and maybe I'm wrong, but I've still occasionally eat snow. So yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'm gonna get. Maybe I'm a terrible person, gonna be sick or something and die at a young age because I have eaten snow in my life. But no, I don't think so. I think I'll be okay. It's not like I'm eating snow every day, all day. It snows like once a year, maybe now. So, speaking of radiation, did you know that any steel made in the past world? Yeah, I did know that actually. It's slightly irradiated because of the particles in the air from the nuclear testing. So apparently, to make highly calibrated medical equipment, they need to recover steel from World War II ships so it doesn't have as much radiation. Yep, I actually knew that. I have heard that. I think that's a super interesting fact. It's also how they can determine if things are authentic and old, um, by methods like that. So when someone claims to have some super ancient artifact or something, um, they can tell oftentimes. No, next, that is cute. Your dog likes to eat snow, so they just opens their mouth as she's walking. We still shouldn't eat lots of mushrooms picked in my area because of Chernobyl. Oh, interesting. Okay, what do I want to do here? This painting is going to take me a moment to figure out. So I would assume that would go for anything that does that go for anything that grows, or why mushrooms in particular? And now I'm curious. What makes mushrooms worse than, say, I don't know, potatoes? Is it just the way that mushrooms grow? I don't know enough about mushrooms. Mushrooms are known to accumulate radiation. Okay. Mushrooms can often absorb more toxins than other things. Okay. It makes sense. Yeah, I just didn't know that. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know much about mushrooms. Definitely one topic that I mean, I would never eat a wild mushroom, though. I would never do that. That's like the general advice is don't eat wild mushrooms because you have to know what you're doing. That's always been the advice that I've heard. So I would never even it would never even cross my mind to eat a mushroom if I saw one. Or anything for that matter. Like I don't eat wild stuff unless it's something I'm extremely familiar with. Yeah. And I would hope that places couldn't sell mushrooms that are picked in areas where there's radiation. Like I would hope there's rules against that and people would follow them. Yeah, see, I wouldn't do that. I don't even know if I were with someone who was like, unless they were like a super hardcore mushroom eater or hunter, I don't even know if I would trust them to for them to tell me a mushroom is safe. Like maybe I'm just extremely distrusting of people. I don't know. You went hunting special mushrooms once. It was fun. Nice. Did you eat any? Yeah, I've never taken any mushrooms that have effects. Um, yeah, I don't know. It's never really appealed to me. I don't have anything against it though. I know a few classmates of mine on a field trip we went. They were eating a bunch of mushrooms. So that was a thing. Yeah, truly mind altering experience. Hmm. Maybe I'm gonna go with the brightness up here. And then some up here. I don't know if I like this. Right now, there's not much scale here. I'm trying to figure out how I want to do this. Whoa, 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 whoa. I did the thing. Help. I did that thing where oh God. Do you guys know what I did? I don't think you could see it. But I hit Control Windows D, I think. Anyway, it made a new desktop screen. Like it mimicked my monitor and it like yeah, it made everything go away and so all I saw is my desktop background, but everything had vanished. No taskbar, no nothing. Everything was gone. Like it made a new desktop. I always forget to close. Yeah, I don't know how to close it, but I'll sometimes hit the wrong button. Because I use Control Windows C all the time, which is for color toggle. If you're on Windows, it toggles your color thing. So if when I misclick and I hit the wrong button, because I will oftentimes do Control Shift D, which is invert my selection. That just happens to be the hotkey that I have. So if I want to have a selection like this, right, and I want to select the inverse of it, I hit Control Windows C and it will select the outside as opposed to the inside, right? So I hit that button, but whenever I hit Control Windows instead of Control Shift, it will make the new desktop thing. So for the only way I know how to get rid of it is to hit Control Windows and then left and right arrows, but then you have to cycle through like 20 fake desktops before you get back to your actual desktop. Ooh, what if this is all in shade? Something like that, maybe? Some light coming down. I'm just trying to carve out something an interesting composition. Eating wild mushrooms isn't as scary as many people think. Only 3% are poisonous. Most just taste bad, and the ones you can eat easily identify with a book and some tricks. Yeah, I'm sure it's not that bad, but I don't know. I feel like it's not a thing that I would care to do. Like if I'm gonna go hiking, I'm gonna bring snacks with me. And if I'm unless I'm going specifically mushroom hunting with people who know what they're doing, right? I'm there's just no need. I don't know. It's kind of like when people, like wildlife experts are like, you can eat this bug. I'm like, cool. Okay, I'm not going to because I have a snack. And, it's like I'm not in a situation where I need to. I'm just gonna let it go. Like I get it if you really know your stuff or maybe you don't know and you pick some and bring them home to identify them or something. I get it. Maybe that's fine. And it's like, hey, free mushrooms. Yeah, no, going mushroom hunting's fine, and I'm all for that, right? If you want to go do an activity, then you can make sure you do it right, and that's fine, right? I'm not. I don't think it's dangerous if you know what you're doing and you're doing that intentionally. I'm just more talking about the random idiot like me going on a hike and being like, "Hey, there's a mushroom. I wonder if I can eat it. I don't know. Let's try." Like, don't do that, right? Because that just seems unnecessarily risky. Like, why you don't need to eat it? You didn't go like, but if you're specifically going hunting, I mean, this is like the same argument I use for like rock climbing or skydiving. Like, I don't think I realize these aren't in the same caliber of things, right? But I don't think there's anything wrong with doing those activities if you do them safely. Like there are safe ways to do them, right? You obviously stuff can go wrong and the room for error is extremely small with something like skydiving, but you there are still redundancies and backup plans and people who know what they're doing and there are ways to train or practice beforehand. Or rock climbing is a better example, right? There are ways to make sure that if you do it, even if you fall, you're going to be safe, right? There's lots of ways to make sure you're safe. It's when you don't do follow those safety measures that you actually pose a real risk, right? It's things like not securing your line well or not having your belt on properly or not doing all the stuff, right? Like there's lots of ways that or putting your rope through the carabiner wrong and it can slip out when you fall. Like there's anyway, my point is that I think a lot of these activities aren't inherently bad to do, right? They're not even that dangerous to do. It's just you you only do them when you're actually doing them, right? You don't do them on a whim. You look into it first and you do follow guidelines and you make sure you do everything well. Like it's not just it's not like you're walking down the street and you see a giant cliff and you're like, I'm gonna climb that right now. Like, no, that's not how you do it, right? There are probably safe ways to do it, but that's not it, right? Same with mushroom hunting. You don't go walking down the forest and be like, "Oh, there's a mushroom, let's eat it." Like, no, you can go mushroom hunting, but make sure that's the thing you're doing and make sure you know what you're doing. I don't know. I guess that's my hot take on the thing. Um, the painting is looking good. You've really been pulling it together, Joe. Thank you. I'm not really sure where it's going. I know that I want the composition to be somewhat more interesting. So I'm trying to put these little, some sort of spiral here, some sort of guiding lines into the painting. I'm not really sure. I guess I can put some darker shapes up here as well to show that this is maybe there's also some light coming on here. Actually, I kind of painted a painting like this recently, funny enough. Same colors too. Maybe there's some towers back here that are catching some light. Or maybe not. Maybe we'll start them without the light. Maybe there's some shadows under here, like this. It's so fascinating how you transform the look and feel of the whole area in a matter of seconds with just a few brushstrokes. Well, I don't. Is it really just a few brushstrokes? I mean, sometimes. Oftentimes, it's just implying perspective, and it's. I mean, it's kind of like an illusion, right? I mean, a lot of painting is making illusions and knowing like either the illusion works or it doesn't. And so sometimes it is a matter of it's not working, it's not working, it's not working, and all of a sudden, bam, it's working, right? So it does feel like it just transforms instantly. This is something that like values and line or and perspective do a lot, right? You have to sell the sense of a three-dimensional space, and until it's sold, right, until your brain is convinced of what you're looking at, and this is why oftentimes when you'll see me drawing little thumbnails, right, if I don't know what I'm drawing, sometimes I'll just start I'll make a decision. Like I don't typically draw my horizon line, but I might. Or for example, if I'm going to be looking down at an object, I might say, okay, well, here's my eye level, and let me just sketch in lines that go towards my eye level. I might do it in the form of scribbles that kind of go towards my eye level, right? I might even draw shapes that roughly follow the perspective, right? And all I'm doing when I'm making random shapes like this, right? Maybe I'm making some shapes like this. The only thing I'm doing here is trying to convince my brain of what I'm looking at, right? Maybe I'll draw some forms like this, drawing downward, but I'm trying to convince myself that I'm looking down at stuff, right? Because once I've done that, once I've sold myself on this illusion of here's my perspective, then I can be like, okay, well, now I'm drawing a door, right? There's a door in this building. Here's an overhang. Like now I understand enough that I can just start sketching, right? But it's hard to just for me to start sketching like this if I don't know what I'm, if I don't have the framework. Like if I want this to be a house or like a domed roof, I have to understand that I'm looking at the top of the dome, right? And so it matters. Right? So it's like these shapes aren't important, right? These don't have to be there. I'm just drawing a random shape that converges at some point, right? It could be there, it could be there. It doesn't actually matter. Anyway, the whole point was just to trick my brain. Because once I start imagining this is a scene that I'm looking down on, I can just start ignoring these shapes. I can just start drawing random shapes pretty much anywhere because I'm already thinking in terms of looking down, right? Maybe it's like this and this is a cliff, right? And maybe this shape isn't even here at all, right? But these lines come across and maybe there's a slope. Like I've already convinced my brain that I'm looking downward, and so as long as I keep that illusion going, I can transform these shapes into anything, right? So it's there is a lot of like it's either gonna work or it doesn't, and a lot of what I'm doing is just trying to like so now these are no longer buildings. Well, the illusion is just done by perspective, right? So like if we erase this again, or let's erase this one. I mean, it's literally one object can be enough to do it, right? I mean, I like a few, but so if this is your image, right? Let's just draw these better. If this is your image and your horizon line is say down here now, right? Really all you need is a few objects, right? If here's our focal point, let's say, and I'm draw a cube up here, right? Here's a cube in perspective, pretty much anyway, roughly in perspective, right? And if I draw another cube, say over here, right? Oh, like this. Maybe you have some other stuff. Maybe you have some shapes on the ground, right? Maybe it looks like it's in perspective. Maybe you want something on the ground, right? So you do some other stuff like this. They don't have to be cubes, but here we go. Here's some other things. Maybe we want some big ones in the foreground, right? At some point, we should be like, oh, we kind of, maybe we get some distant objects in there, right? And at some point, it's like, okay, well, now I can start drawing stuff, right? Especially if you get a few things in order, like foreground, midground, background kind of thing. At at some point you should be able to start. I mean, it might take a while, but you're like, okay, well, I get it. I'm looking up at these things, right? So it's like, okay, well, now stuff that I follow can kind of just mimic these patterns. All I've drawn is cubes, but just by drawing cubes in a few different ways, you can start sketching stuff in. You know, maybe you want a big hill back here, right? And so you want to make it look like you're looking up at stuff, right? So if this is a cube or a hill, you can erase the cube. We just make sure that these top edges, we can't see the top of them, right? I don't know. I don't feel like this is anything crazy. It's just a matter of drawing enough stuff and knowing how to draw enough different shapes in perspective. But yeah, I don't know. I don't feel like it's super insane or anything. Um, like it's basic. It really is basic perspective. I guess it's kind of hard to draw it quickly. You know, then values, you know, things in the foreground can be darker. But I'm actually getting rid of the actual shapes that I drew. And now I'm just drawing in light and shadow. But anyway, I digress. This is not important. Now I'm just drawing blobs. Okay, we can erase that. But yeah, I mean, same thing here, right? I'm drawing lines on the ground plane to show that they're getting further away, right? There's some shapes under here that we can see that kind of make this like a box, right? I'm basically drawing right up here. You can't see the top. These edges, you can't see the top of them, right? But then down here, you can see the top, right? These are just in perspective. They're like, we can see the top here, we can see the bottom there. You cannot see the bottom here, right? And you can't see the top here. That's because the eye level is somewhere over here, right? So if I were to draw a house here, right, you could not see the top of it. So I can draw any shape I want as long as you can't see the top of the shape, right? Because once you can see the top, the perspective's broken. And down here, I can draw any shape I want as long as you can see the top of it, right? And then it'll look like you're looking at the top of it because it's below us. So that kind of thing is, I don't know. I mean, I guess it's hard, but not really. It's simple. No, let's see. It's hard, but it's simple to understand. And it just takes a lot of practice to do it, I guess. Oh, and then I come back to this and the values are wonky. Let's add some dark blue or something. I get it, sure, but it's still impressive to me how easy you make it look when I try it. Yeah, I mean there's a certain amount of, I don't know, consistency because maybe I've done it a bit, or confidence because I know that I can do it because I've done it before. So there's a little bit of like I can just jump into it and not worry too much about it. Also, even explaining like all my examples like that when I'm talking about things on stream, oftentimes I'm like essentially doing not rehearsed thing, but a thing I've more or less done before, right? I've used my I know. Stop comparing yourself and start practicing. No, that's not what I'm saying. I don't like the just go practice. Like no, I think I mean, you know, practicing is good, but I don't think you're I don't know. I think it's fine to compare yourself as long as you're not comparing yourself in a negative way. I mean, I'm constantly making comparisons, but not in like a woe is me kind of way, right? It's more like I'm saying, wow, that's amazing. I want to figure out how to do that because I can't do that, right? That person's super good. Let me go and learn from them. Which I think is a type of comparison, but I think it's a healthy comparison. Okay, so here's snow. There's some sort of structures back here, I guess. Okay, let me find some snowy mountains pictures. Snowy mountains. Images. Ooh, that's a nice picture. Has some nice shadow and light in there. That is a good one. Let's see. This might be more the colors I'm going for, though. Let's see. Kind of scrolling through Google Images here. Actually, technically, I'm using Bing because I still haven't set up any defaults uh, on Microsoft Edge. I don't know why, but I've just been using that as my default. I've tried to sort of separate it so like stream browsing is on one browser with its own history and defaults and stuff. My personal stuff is on another browser. And I kind of just have it set up. I'm trying to keep everything isolated just for, just, I don't know, just because. But I haven't set up everything properly on this one. I know it's the default of Microsoft Edge, and I haven't changed it. I haven't changed it. So when I just open up a new tab, it goes to Bing. It's so stupid. Who uses Bing? I feel like I'm an 80-year-old guy who doesn't know how the internet works. Mm-hmm. It's okay. But yeah, Bing. I'll be honest though, its image selection looks better than Google Images. I feel like it looks more like Pinterest level. Like everything is super nice. And if you click on an image, it has like basically a Pinterest board and it has all the names of all the stuff. Like it's actually kind of good. Not gonna lie. Like every time you click an image, it'll show you more images like that image, and it does like it's basically like a Pinterest board. I don't know. Here, tell me if this is okay. Look at this. Look. I'm not sponsored, but okay. Look. Let me just go to. Okay, literally snowy mountains. Okay, images. This is all I've clicked. Snowy mountains. Okay. See, I've literally typed in snowy. Okay, so I just clicked something. So if I click an image like this, then it shows me other images that are like it. So this is a sunsetty image. Look, it shows me other sunsetty, snowy images, right? If I click on, say, I don't know, maybe there's more sunset. Now it's even more sunsetty stuff, right? So it's kind of like Pinterest where it just keeps showing you stuff. Or okay, here's no sunsets. Look, now there's very little sunsets. See, so you can every time I click on something, it's like going down the rabbit hole of similar images. And it's kind of cool. And they all have titles. They tell you exactly where it is. It is kind of neat. It's not bad. It's kind of like Pinterest, but it's through a search engine, which is assuming, yeah. I mean, obviously these are all extremely similar. Google does that too, though. Okay, I didn't know that. I feel like it doesn't do it as well. I didn't know when I click on Google, an image in Google, all it does is make it larger. I didn't realize it does it. I don't know. I like this layout. It's not bad. Like, look at these pink and purple skies. It's like, okay, now we really get into pink and purple skies. Right? We have look at like this stuff, and you can. I don't know. I think it's cool. Yeah, I don't think it's to this extent. It might be. Anyway, I'm not claiming it being as perfect. I actually didn't even intend to use it. It wasn't my first choice, but it is kind of nice, and it's not bad for images. Yeah, I don't know. It is kind of cool. I generally do not like Google Images. It's not great, but I kind of like, I don't know, I kind of like Bing. Maybe I'm just like an old guy who is totally out of touch with how things are, but I'm gonna stick to my guns on this one and say Bing's not bad. It's underrated for images. It's only a matter of time though before you realize all those are like AI generated or something. They probably aren't, but you never know. I feel like that's gonna be a thing soon, where people just they do an image search and all their results are fake. Like mark my words, it's only a matter of time before that happens. Anyway. But yeah, so anyway, to go back, the reason why I'm actually using Bing, it's because I'm using Microsoft Edge just because it was a different browser and I wanted a fresh browser for stream so that I can do searches and stuff without um, like so I can do Google searches without worrying about what the results are going to pop up or worrying about like I don't know, just accidentally like doxing myself or like who knows what I might have typed into Google at one point that maybe is like, places near me and then maybe I type in my address or something and to look for like where I am. So like I don't want that to flash on screen or something. Or maybe I've, somebody's real name that they didn't want said and that pops up in a search engine because autofill or something. Like stuff like that. I don't want that to even be a thought that I have to worry with. So yeah, that's why I separate it. Just separate browser. All right, I'm gonna go get some sleep. See you soon. See ya, Kath. Take care. Have a good night. Glad you're back. All right, so what I'm gonna do is try to use my references or reference, really, not many of them, to paint some fun lighting. I do feel like this edge though would be lit, which is kind of annoying because I don't really want to light that edge for the composition. But that's fine. I think I can make this less light. That'll work. Because then this would all be light too. I don't know if I want it that spotty. Actually, this is not a good image. Let me go back to the snow lit mountains images. Let's see, sunny snow mountains. Sunny. Hmm. Oh, that's actually not bad. That has the color scheme that I'm going for actually quite well. Okay, that should work. I mean, I guess a lot of this is just basic stuff that I already know, which is lighting, shadow, warm, cool. I mean, this could be a mountain, but I don't think it's going to be a mountain. This is going to be a building. But right now I'm representing it as a mountain. So I can carve it out or something, or maybe I can do some design stuff on it later. Figure out what I want it to look like. Maybe there's some little trees down here. Or they could be people, but no, I think they'll be trees. Maybe the foreground has some light. That could be fun. Putting some light in the foreground. I don't know how I feel about this style of like composition kind of thing, is having light in the foreground like this. I don't know if it's too much. I feel like sometimes it is. Like, if I do that, I need a reason, I kind of feel like. I don't know if I actually need a reason, though. Also, I don't want this snow to actually look white. Or, sorry, to actually look yellow. I'm afraid it's going to look too yellow if I do this wrong. Like, I know it's a joke. But yeah. I'm pretty sure I like this. And then we can get little trees poking up. Maybe there should be some sort of monument or I don't know, something in the maybe like over here that can kind of lead our eye into the painting. So some rocks, maybe some rocky walls. Same thing over here, some rock walls. And I guess it also gives us a reason to make this a rock wall. I mean, I kind of like that. I think it's good. Maybe we can put a little bit of bluish over here. Maybe not. Actually, I think I kind of like that light coming in here. Okay, let's see. What do I want to do here now? Okay, so we've got these little trees. Let's go to a slightly more texture brush. I'm thinking something along the lines of void brushes. I, I gotta talk to you about that. I don't know what to call void. I just want to say voids brushes. But yeah. Anyway, I think I'm gonna use some of those. Also, am I lagging? Maybe a little bit. do feel like for things like trees, I oftentimes have too many hard brushes. Maybe I should just start using his real name. I don't know what his real name is, though. Maybe someday I'll have to ask. I think he has it in his stream name. Or maybe not. But I kind of remember him introducing himself as Voidbrush, so I actually don't know. But anyway. But yeah, they are nice brushes. They're fun to play around with. I should try to find more brushes. Like maybe that could be a thing. Every like Thursday, maybe. Maybe every Thursday I have a new brush set to try out. And if anyone has a brush set, they could like recommend it to me or something. And I'll download them for Clip Studio and I'll try them. And I'll do a painting with a new brush set. Like I don't know if we'd make it every Thursday, but it could be a thing. Like we would need like a snappy name for it, you know? Like we'd have to have some rhyming scheme. Like there's no day of the week that starts with a B, you know, like brush whatever day, or like new brush Wednesday. You know, that doesn't rhyme. Also, I don't stream on Wednesday. It's like Saturday, Monday, or Thursday. Let's see. What's another word for brushes? I don't know. Gosh, I'm so bad at this stuff. But thinking of like rhyming words, you know how people are like, this is, I don't know, Taco Tuesday, you know, like that, but for brushes and for a different day, or like trying out new brushes, or experimentation, or something along the lines that means the same thing of like trying new things. Yeah, I'm not good at this stuff. I'm not creative. Like, I don't know how you say that word. Pinko Tuesday? I don't know what is that? I don't know what that word means. That doesn't rhyme, does it? Does that rhyme? I don't actually know if that rhymes. I don't know how to say that word. I don't know the EAUX sound. Is that O? Like bureau? No, bureau doesn't have a... Oh, it means paintbrush? Okay. That means paintbrush in French. Gotcha. I don't know how you say that sound, though. The X is just plural, so it's the same as bureau. Okay. Okay, so it's O. It's like bow. So that would be pinko. Pinko? Is that how you say that? But how it doesn't sound like that doesn't rhyme. Pinko Tuesday? I don't know if that rhymes. I don't I feel like I need a rhyming word. That way it sounds fancy, you know? We're all about the rhymes here. Like musical, or at least having alliteration, like musical Mondays. C followed by an E is an S sounded friends. C followed by an E. Pinso. Pinso? Pinso. Tuesday. Hey, let's try new brushes Tuesday. See, the key to creativity is just being confidently bad until you get good. Let's try new brushes. Yeah, but that doesn't have the ring to it, right? You gotta get something that people will remember and they'll talk about. So anytime someone says new brushes, they're like, oh, you know that Joe guy? He tries new brushes every Tuesday. Go follow his stream, you know? Like we gotta have like marketing. It doesn't. No, it doesn't have to. It doesn't have to, but It's fun, right? If you want to make it a thing. I mean, look, I'm not saying it's gonna be a thing, but if it's gonna be a thing, we might as well do it right from the start. Or at least try to. Again, I'm not saying we can't do it until we have a name, right? I'm still gonna do it. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm gonna try new brushes on Thursday if I can. I'll just have to find brushes. But I do think it's fun to have names. Well, we'll get the marketing team on it. Yeah, exactly. We'll have to. I'll get the people on it, and my marketing team, my totally existent marketing team. Try out. Oh, that's good. Try out Tuesday. It's not bad. That's a good one. See, that's what I was looking for. Thank you, Azel. Experimental Sunday. Okay. Zams, no offense. I think you're about on my level with this. I mean, I guess trying is all that matters. But I do like Tryout Tuesday, except it doesn't exactly explain what we're doing. But yeah, it's not bad. It doesn't have to be two. No, we can't do Tuesdays. Hold on, we can't do Tuesdays. I don't stream on Tuesdays. I stream on Thursdays. I'm not gonna make a I'm not gonna make a new stream day for something. It has to be Thursdays, Mondays, or Saturdays. I know I'm really making this harder than it needs to be. And you guys don't feel compelled to figure this out. My marketing team and I will get on it. Okay, let me find some pictures of snowy ruins. Snowy ruins. Okay. So this is giving me a lot of real images. Hmm. Hmm. That's actually pretty cool. No offense to you, experimental Sunday. Wait, what do you mean? No offense? Yeah, no, I don't mind. I like to say that I am not good at. It's funny. I've said this a lot, and I've said it a lot over the years, and I kind of still hold to it. Like I don't. If there is such thing as like innate creativity or like people who are just more creative than others, I don't think I'm that. I don't think I'm creative by nature. I always had one of the hardest things for me was always to come up with ideas, which is kind of ironic, I realize, since I literally generate a bunch of random thumbnails every day or every stream, and I start without an idea and then I come up with something as the stream goes on. But I never actually view myself as very creative. It's always been one of the hardest things for me. I don't feel like I have a fountain of ideas, right? It's more of like I never know what to start with. I don't have any ideas before stream, and it's only through a very sort of brute force sort of process that I come up with stuff. And yeah, I just don't feel like I'm a creative person in that regard. And it's always kind of interesting to me when other people talk about having all these ideas, then they don't know how to express them. I'm like, I'm the opposite. I feel like I have the language, right? I have the visual language. I just don't have the ideas. And if I have someone to give me cool ideas or at least work with me on cool ideas, I feel like I can do some pretty awesome stuff. The idea part isn't always my strong suit. Um, it's the, yeah, maybe even ironically, it's the communication I think is my strong suit. I can communicate with pictures because I can do the basics, right? I can get down the perspective, I can get down the colors, I can get down the mood, I can do the communication, but it's having the idea to communicate in the first place that's hard. Um, I believe there are different types of creativity. Yours seems more adaptive. What do you mean by more adaptive? But I mean, maybe you're right. I mean, I think ultimately it's the type that you practice that you get better at. I also think I've gotten better at making analogies, which I think is pretty creative, because you're taking two different things and sort of stitching them together. I don't think I'm great at analogies, but I've definitely gotten better by broadening my understanding in different areas and thinking about things in a much more conceptual way. Like you definitely can get better at creativity, right? And presumably, whatever kind you practice is the type you're going to get better at. I mean, I think I'm typically more general with my ideas, and because I'm very general and not specific, I don't typically have like, oh, this is so cool, I want to do this thing. Like I don't think the idea itself, like, okay, let me see what you're saying. Like working with something simple to extrapolate into something more detailed. Yeah, yeah, I definitely prefer to start broad and work small, right? Some people they'll see a detail and be focused on that, and like, or they'll think of a character archetype, and they'll suddenly say, I have my character, right? I want to make a character, a story focused around them. To me, that doesn't feel good, and I get that people work that way, and you can work that way, and many people do, and even like game companies will sometimes work that way. They'll just find a character that people like, and then they'll say, we're going to make this character into our game. um, I don't really like working like that. I feel like it's kind of backwards sometimes, and I think sometimes it works. I think for popularity's sake it's really good, but yeah, I guess I definitely do the opposite, which is start broad and then build up on it into the more detailed stuff. I don't typically start with details, but not really because I can't. I just don't feel like it's. I mean, I don't want to say it's bad, right? Because obviously some people work that way to great effect. I just feel like it's not as good of a process. Not to say you can't get good results, but to me there's a consistency issue. It feels like you're going backwards to say I know what the specific is. Let me figure out what it's sort of. I mean, I guess in some ways it is a little bit how science works, right? Is the reverse. Is the one way that I don't like, which is to say sometimes you have this new technology, right? We've discovered this thing, but now let's figure out how we can use it, right? It's sort of this we have this cool thing that's very specific, but let's try to find some broader applications, things that it actually can do. And maybe I guess you could also argue it's the opposite, but I feel like I guess it is more specific. And that never mind. Maybe I'm still thinking in the same way. Because it still is kind of the technology itself is the non-specific thing, and then you're trying to force it into a very specific area. I don't know. I'm trying to think where the other type of thinking it works. To me, it feels just like a. It's not that it feels like it's the same. It's just one is backwards. Oh wait, maybe this shouldn't be like this. Maybe these should be carved in. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, what are other types of creativity then? If there's adaptive creativity, what would you call the other types? Like, I feel like I need coloring lessons from you. I'd pay. Well, I can talk about how I think about color, at least basics. A lot of it comes down. So I feel like, I mean, I can just talk about color for a bit. 'Cause I'd rant. Um, actually, Float in June, I'd be curious to see any of your painting, just to like, not that, yeah, just to see, like, give myself an idea of where you're coming from. But no, I feel like color is not that complicated of a topic. I know people say that. It is kind of like juggling, I suppose. But I feel like there's a few components. For me, one of the big components, honestly, is process. And I know sounds silly, but I think sort of working from almost like traditional style artists, right? Where they do a lot of color mixing, right? So you might have your sky, just like some random blue. The color of blue doesn't really matter. It could be any of these, right? Just a bunch of random blues, right? Anything from super dark to super light, right? So you have a bunch of random blues, and then you have some warm colors, maybe some grays, maybe some yellows, maybe some oranges, right? It could be very orange, very not orange, but a lot of it doesn't matter, right? The point I'm trying to make is the color itself almost doesn't matter at all. These could also be much more desaturated. So that just so that I'm being fair to the colors, right? We have blues, we have yellows, some saturated, some more desaturated. So yeah, the colors almost don't matter. And the point I'm making is that I'm just gonna blend these kind of together to get one random color, like a yellow orange or something. So that's one color, and then this will be another color, just so that you can tell I'm not intentionally picking my color, right? I'm just kind of blending. There we go. So here's a new color, here's a new... so if you just have two random colors, like warm and cool, I almost don't think it really matters. So, and the reason I say thinking back to traditional painting, let me just use a different brush so it mixes more opaquely. Right? If you just mix them together, at least in Clip Studio, you're going to get a lot of these medium grays. So when I think of, oftentimes it's just a matter of picking a warm and cool color. Now, in some cases, it's a very, very, bluish gray like this, or it's a yellow. But what eventually gets you to a nice color is that mixing, right? You mix the colors, you blend things together, you get these intermediate colors. These colors are what your palette is, right? The initial color almost doesn't matter. And the reason I say that is, let's say you have a sky, right? And you have light. And then from here, I'm not even focusing really on color. It's more I'm focusing on values. So cause then from here, let me just pick another dark color. Again, literally doesn't matter. It could be blue, it could be black. So I'm just going to set up my painting in sort of a gradient from light to dark. So it's just... So once you have a gradient and you have some semblance of here's light, here's dark, from here on, I don't even need to use colors, right? I can make my screen black and white, because now my colors are basically figured out, right? If I make my painting black and white, I have my light colors right here. I could even make it a little brighter, right? I don't even know what color I just made it brighter. And then I have this. I could do a whole painting with just these, because I already have my warms and my cools. And the main thing about making nice colors isn't the colors, it's the values, right? You're trying to make shapes read, right? If this is the horizon line, this break right here makes no sense. So let's add a value that separates it. Maybe this can be blended in, right? So I'm kind of the trick to colors is not to think about colors beyond just like a simple, you mix colors, maybe start simple with a warm and a cool. Most of the time that's what happens, and that the reason you blend is because everything is being affected by light, right? So if you have a red object and you put it outside in the shade, the only way you can see it is because there's light from the sky hitting it, right? Realistically, that's what's lighting your object. So you have a blue light lighting your red object, and that's going to affect the look. Now, obviously, in the real world, even your blue light isn't pure blue. It has all sorts of light, right? So obviously, it's going to light that red. If it were purely a blue, like RGB light, like just red, you wouldn't be able to see it at all, because... Or if you only had blue lighting a red object, you wouldn't be able to see it because they don't light each other. But in the real world, you do have a blue light, lots of white light in there too, but it leans towards blue. And it's going to light your red object, and it's going to lean towards blue. It's going to mix, right? All the colors are going to mix. So if you start out with, say, a sky color, blue sky, and a light color, a yellow light, every object you have, whether it's a black object or a white object or a pink object, it's going to be lit by either that yellow or that blue, or in some cases both, right? But again, all colors of light will lean towards white, so it's kind of so anyway, so as I was painting, right, this is what I ended up with. Now, you might say, okay, well, this blue is a weird color blue. We don't like that, and we can shift it into other things. We can get rid of that. But if I just get rid of that, suddenly my values are confusing again. So maybe I want to darken this. So I could literally just grab it and pull it downward. I could darken it a little. And I think the reason the colors work, or maybe you want some lighting, so you want to put some direct light on this stuff. But again, we're just taking the same color of lighting that I had. So I don't know. I guess it's not that easy, but I think the framework of mixing with a sky color. So if I wanted to add a green tree in here, let's say, right? I can add a green tree. But how do I just add a green? Do I just take green and plop it in? Well, no, that's silly. You don't do that. First, you think about the value that you want, right? So maybe this is my tree. It's going to be in shade, or this one is anyway. So here's my shadow tree. So if I want to add green, I'm going to take a green. But so I'm already on blue. I can just slide it over to green, and here's my green, right? Same value. If I make it black and white, it's basically dark. That could be my green. But hold on, I'm not done yet. This green isn't being lit by blue, right? I could make it more blue-green and manually do that. Or I could take this, and I could paint it into the shadows, right? I'm painting this blue in here. I don't have to do that. That's not a perfect way. But the more that I mix my colors, the more that I mix my blues and my purples and my greens, I might even just mess around and make a little muddy palette over here if I want, right? Of my green and my blue and my purple. I'm going to take one of these colors, right? Maybe it's this new color that I get. It's kind of like a muddy purple green. The idea is that this green is being affected by every other color in that image, right? So whatever this new color is the result of me mixing. It's the result of me, some of it's just me deciding what I like. And now if I wanted to do something back here, now obviously, right, I could take the same blue-green that I had, or just this pure green. I could do the same thing back here, but this time I need to make sure that it's lighter because, right, so I'm going to mix it with this back color, right? So instead of just taking this dark color, I'm going to mix it with the same blue that I have, right? I'm going to make it much lighter because I'm still focused on values. But hold on, now we have to light it with yellow, right? So there's a few ways to do this. I could just add yellow, but I've already kind of mixed in with blue. So in some cases, you might have to come in here and shift it up, same value maybe, shift it up towards yellow and green, so it's still green, and maybe make it a little brighter if you want. The exact color doesn't matter too much. You could even lean way more into yellow, but that might look funny, and then you might have to mix with your yellow a little bit. But the key is to mix with your colors. I think by mixing colors, you allow the light colors to mix, and you're not going to get like colors that don't make any sense. And of course, in the shadows, we can still get some blue. So again, a lot of mixing. Sometimes they'll get a little muddy, and that's okay. But yeah, the main thing is values, right? Because when you make your image black and white, you should still see, like, even what I'm doing here is not great, right? I'm starting to lose it. But if I focus on values, I should be able to come in here. I'm going to make this tree really fat because I'm not worried about shapes right now. I should be able to do something like this, and it should work, right? It might not be quite the right color of green, but ultimately values are going to look better if, as long as the values look good. So it's not a perfect, this is an extremely crude example, but I think the idea is that I'm mixing a lot of, and I could even go further, right? With a sky this blue, I could probably make this snow, if this is snow, extremely reflective, right? I could really put some blue in there, right? And this is, and I think that would be a stronger color in my image, right? So I could even just take an airbrush and paint in the blue in here by making this sky really, really shine into the shadows. And this yellow can really show onto this stuff. Try focusing on values, mixing light. Right. Thank you. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Basically, I mean, I think there's it really does come down to like core concepts, and it's not even really a thing you can practice. Well, there obviously there's things you can practice, but the concept that I think is the most important is that if there is an object being lit by no light, it's black, right? It's just an object. So oftentimes you have to light things. So you can start out by lighting things with either your shadow color or shadow value, which might even be like a cool color. So if you think of a pure, I don't know if this actually is going to help, but I like thinking about it this way. If you have an image that is pure black, let's see if I can do this on different layers this time. If I have a cube in this scene, right? This is a dark scene, it's nighttime, there's no light, right? And there's a cube sitting right here. You can't see it because it's dark, right? But if I'm to blast it with, say, a super high-powered sun, right, from this side, what's it going to look like? Well, if the sun is, say, a white-yellow, it's going to look like this, right? You're going to get a shape. You're going to blast that side. You might get a side like this, right? And you're going to get some shadows being blasted this way, right? This edge right here, you're going to see behind it, right? So you're going to see all this stuff, right? So this is what your cube's going to look like, right? Because you're blasting all this light. Also, this is all going to be in light, right? So this is your cube. But hold on, that's not what we actually see, right? We wouldn't ever see this. What we would see, because we have to have light reaching in here. So technically you could have some bounce light, right? You could have some light bouncing in here. But let's ignore bounce light for a second. What you actually have, instead, you have a sky, right? It could be a pink sky, it could be a blue sky, but you have a sky lighting down here, right? And this sky is just going to fill all of this stuff super, super softly. It's going to fill this. Some places it's going to hit more than others, right? It's probably going to hit these edges less than it's going to hit this direction, right? It's going to hit this stuff more than it's going to hit the other stuff, right? So that's going to start creating shadow, right? You might get some from here because this light also is coming down at all angles, right? It's not just straight down, right? And this is essentially gotta sleep now. Thanks for the stream. Yeah, take care, Next. Thanks for being here. So this is essentially how lighting, like how I set up my scenes. And if I have an object back here, right? If I have another object back here, let's say, I actually, so one of the factors is atmospheric perspective, right? With colors, things typically will get bluer as they get further back, right? So you actually would see something like this, right? So you might have an object back here being lit, but you still get those sort of same shadows, but these shadows actually will look more bluish, right? And up close, they'll be more true to whatever color. So if this were a red object, right, it's still going to be red and blue or whatever, but it's gonna have a bit of that blue mixed in. Back here, it's going to be much more blue, right? If this were a red object. So if you start with not even any colors, you can just kind of mix the colors into the things that you're doing. You know, oh, then the shadow could be whatever color. Maybe this was a green grass, right? Which means in the shadows, if you have any shadows in the grass, it's going to be very green, maybe even a bit blue-green. Right? It's going to be also very dark because it's in shadow. But then in the light, it's going to be very yellow because it's being lit by yellow light, and it's going to be very bright, right? Like I don't know. I guess it's more about values. But I wouldn't even go this far. I would just start mixing stuff, and yeah. But anyway, I think that adding the color of the objects is not that important. I think it is harder to maintain good colors when you're trying to make really lots of different colored objects. But I think this type of stuff is important to know. Just understand that any object in your scene is going to be lit by some number of colored lights. could be lit by a perfectly white light too. That's possible. And then I guess combine that with another concept, which is, again, just atmospheric perspective. I kind of mentioned it, but I don't think I explained a good way to set it up. So to me, I just think of it. So if we ignore the lighting for a second and just think of the blue light, I think of that as basically like this, right? You have this bright light back in the back, and everything else gets lighter and lighter as you go further back, right? So if I have a shape in the shadow, like this shadow shape is what I'm looking at right now, right? If I have another object back here. So this is kind of how atmospheric is set up. You could think of it as foreground, midground, background, right? In 3 or 4 steps. And yeah, so if you have an object in the front, it's going to be nice and dark because it's in shadow, and you don't really have that much atmosphere, right, to diffuse it. Because like back here, because you're looking through so much blue air, it really makes all the air particles or the light particles bounce around, and it makes that object, what used to be black, is now being lit by a lot of by a lot of particles. But up here, when it's up in your face, there's not much room for that to happen. So you're just seeing whatever light's hitting it, which isn't much. But back here, now you see more light hitting it, and back here you see a lot more light hitting it, right? So eventually it makes its way into almost the color of the sky, which is just blue. So it could be your mountains, it could be a tree, it could be anything. No matter what it is, it's going to kind of follow the simple value structure. Maybe there's more blocks back here. So this is basic atmospheric perspective. So if you combine this with, another color of light, right? I'm just plopping in the light up here, say a yellow light. You have a pretty solid scene already, right? Again, maybe some of this light is a little diffuse in the back because some of the light is, touching it, right? You can light your object, right? Let's light this object just like we had in the foreground. Same thing. Oh, there's a tree, so there's a shadow. What color is the shadow? It's the same color as the tree because we haven't colored the tree yet, right? So there's a tree. We have our object. Like, it's kind of the same sort of thing, right? And of course, we can color in some of the shadows if we want. So I think this kind of thing is super achievable. It's sort of combining two concepts. It's combining atmospheric perspective and the idea that anything that you do have that's being lit is being lit by some color of light. And not that every painting has to be white or yellow and blue, right? Obviously, that's not the case. But even here, like if I have a blue sky, right, I'm working some of that blue into the ground. And again, you don't have to. Real life isn't always this extreme, right? Sometimes the colors are more true to what you'd think they would be, right? Green grass, blue sky, brown trees. But most of the time, there is a lot of light bouncing around. Things do kind of have a unifying color. I mean, here, I have a reference that I have of snow today. It's an extremely low resolution image, but like this image has a kind of unifying color, right? Which color is that, you ask? Well, let's color pick right here. We have this, which is very white and gray. We have some of these colors in here, which are kind of bluish. Like, these are all very, what is it? It's very white, right? It's very gray. This whole scene is sort of every color, even this yellow, right? It's a yellow rock. Even that is a very, very gray yellow rock. Everything is being lit. Like, this green, it's still green, but look how gray this green is. Whole scene is being lit by a gray, overcast, hazy gray light. The sun is probably coming through some murky clouds, and everything is being lit by a gray, right? There is no blue sky in sight. I mean, there's a little bit of blue because it's shining into this snow. So it's probably like a gray and blue. It's not super clear, right? It's not this pristine sky that's sunny and blue. It's kind of this you can tell it's kind of cloudy, and all the colors are reflecting that, right? This from the blues and the snows to even just the random colors of the objects, and then shadow, right? Like down here when I color pick, even though I'm picking pixels, It's dark, it's shadow, but it's literally the most blue thing in the image, right? Is the shadows. These colors down here in the tree, they're green, but they're quite blue green, right? So even the shadows are blue green. And then of course the sunny parts of the trees are much more yellow because they're being lit by the sun, even though the sun is still not super yellow. It's kind of a gray yellow. Like everything is being lit by this cohesive unifying light, right? Anyway, so I don't know. That's kind of how I think about lighting, and it tends to apply to real life. It's just oftentimes real life is a lot more gray. The colors feel a bit more true. I tend to push them a little bit, obviously, by using bright green and bright blue. But like this stuff is, yeah, I don't know. It's kind of the bread and butter, I feel like, of environment painting. I mean, even like this painting, right? I have blue shadows. I mean, it's not perfectly blue, right? It's a different blue than I used in the other image, right? This is a different gray blue, but the main thing still is values, right? Maybe the values in this actually aren't that great, but I think values are important. But yeah, the colors aren't that important. As long as you mix. And I think this is why I like to just say that I kind of rely on just mixing. Also, this painting is very, very gray. I actually want it more blue, I think. Um, but yeah, I actually kind of rely on mixing a lot because mixing kind of allows me to get all that unifying color without actually having to worry about it. Like, I don't even have to think about it too hard. Because mixing will kind of do that for me. So once I set up simple light and dark, I kind of just start mixing my colors together. And as long as I don't like I'm not keeping and grabbing new colors and be like, I want this color in there. You know, I want some of this and some of this. Like I'm not doing that, right? I'm kind of just mixing into what I already have. If I want to add, say, a red, I can go and add a red. I think that the only time I really break that is if I want to do like super accented colors, like, you know, adding banners in here of, you know, maybe there's some sort of parade going in on, and you know, there's people holding red banners and there's flags everywhere. I might go in and just add a punch of pure saturated color. But even then, if this is in the light, if I want to bring it into the shadow, I have to start mixing it, right? So I use like low opacity. I might blend it into the colors that's already here. And now I get this new color that's like a purple or something. And that might be my new color for the shadow, right? So I have like my light, and then I have my shadow color. It's the same color, just represented differently. So that's kind of what I would do. So like it's okay to introduce new colors, but I would be careful. I typically do that, and I think of it more as lighting. Anyway, I'm gonna keep painting for a bit, even though my stream normally ends at this time, because I haven't really been. I've been jabbering and not actually painting. Thank you so much. You make it seem easy. Well, yeah, I mean, I don't want to make it seem easy. It's easy in the same way juggling is easy, right? There is a lot going on, and if I try to pick up a bunch of balls and start juggling, I'm gonna drop them all and make a mess of it, right? It's not easy. It's simple, right? It's the concepts are very simple, but there is a lot going on, right? And I think I don't want to make it seem easy. I want to make it seem simple. And to me, those are different concepts because I think the underlying idea is simple, which is you can only see stuff because it has light on it. Light has color, so therefore the things that you see are affected by the color of the light. It's basically that. And of course, atmospheric perspective for environments anyway. Yeah, and then of course it's just like also perspective, right? You have to be able to draw things. It does feel simple. Okay. Yeah. Well, I mean, I think even somebody who speaks English is going to be confused by that, the difference between simple and easy. But I mean, I like that's the reason I use juggling as an example, because I can't juggle. Juggling is not easy, but it is simple, right? It's kind of this it's very basic, right? There's not a lot to it. It's not like I'm doing crazy calculations. I mean, technically your brain kind of is, but it's kind of simple, but it's not easy, right? And I think that's how painting is. It looks easy once you can do it, but just telling someone it's easy doesn't make them be able to do it, right? So, yeah, no, I mean, it takes time, and you'll be able to get there. Anyone can get there. Sort of the language of art, right? It's the anyone can learn a language or communicate. It just can take a while. Um, Paetel and Onkotin, thank you for the follow. Also, Lubby, thank you. But yeah, I think colors are one of those things where the best way to worry about colors is to not worry about colors, is just focus on values, because you can always color correct. And I know everyone likes colors, right? Colors are fun. Colors are exciting. But yeah, I really do think colors should be not worried about too much. I guess maybe easy for me to say if my colors are okay. I don't know. I hope that's not where I'm coming from though. I really do believe that colors are not that important. You can make super strong images in black and white, and then you can add some very simple. I mean, here, let's try it actually. I want to do an experiment. I'm gonna make a new layer. I'm going to use a destructive method of using a color layer. Oh, that's not color. Ah, it's laggy. Laggy, laggy, laggy. I should have done this with a paint bucket. Okay. I'm going to merge. Okay, there we go. So now I'm going to make a new layer and I'm going to do color mode. So I've done literally nothing except make a black and white layer. And now I'm just going to pick new colors. So this time I'm going to pick a pink sky, right? I'm going to pick blue or purple down here. Like the colors, I feel like colors don't matter, right? Like you can already see that like this painting is gonna work, right? It doesn't matter what colors I pick. I could pick blue for this light. That's gonna look funny, but whatever. Actually, let's do blue for this stuff, right? For the shadows, because I do want to keep my warm and cool kind of, right? Like I'm just using a big fat brush. My color, all I did was, like, I'm basically painting on top of a black and white painting. I could have made this painting in black and white, right? And I could have been painting on it like this. And you can still get nice colors just from starting in black and white, right? Without having any colors coming through. Nothing that I did before is here except for the values. And very quickly, I mean, maybe you wanted green, right? These can be green thing, right? You can very quickly blob in green. And I'm not claiming these are the best color usage ever, but just by using some different things, some mixing some colors, you can get all sorts of exciting stuff happening just by mixing and pushing things around and blobbing in colors, painting in light and shadow. Like you can, like it's nice. It doesn't look terrible. I mean, maybe the sky looks terrible, but like it's not really about the color usage. It's about the values, right? The values are what make this work. This image versus this image. Why does like they basically look equally as good? I mean, this one might even look better. And yeah, and that's just because values, right? So colors are nice, but values are better. And obviously that there's extremes, right? The extreme cases, colors can really matter. In the extreme cases, values aren't that important. But most of the time, values are very important, and colors are not that important. I'm going to sleep. Bye, everyone. See ya, Azel. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it. Yeah, my ranting, I think I'm about ranted out today, so I'm gonna have to end stream here very soon. I'll get another few minutes. I do feel like I can actually introduce some fun colors, maybe some greens, now that I'm talking about different stuff. Maybe I'll take an airbrush and see what happens. Maybe some of this. It's like if we have green trees, for example, it might make the snow a little green. Bounce light is another thing, right? Lighting isn't just as simple as just the light and just the shadow. Like you also have light hitting things and bouncing off. So if you have green trees, it might make the stuff around it a little green. So there is additional stuff to it, but that's not the basics. Like it's not that important. Not for entry level, you know, color theory, I guess. But yeah, as far as your comment earlier though about I'll make sure to rewatch the lesson and grasp it well. Yeah, you can do that. But yeah, anyway, as far as your earlier comment around you'd pay or something, you're welcome to subscribe, or donate. But yeah, no need to pay. No need to pay. I'm happy to talk about stuff on stream. It's fun. I enjoy it. That's why I do it. Yeah, I would love to see what you work on. Honestly, I would recommend starting with this kind of thing. This sort of thing where where you where you just make simple values, right? You have like a light, dark, and a darkest, right? So like 3 or 4 values. I would recommend starting like this and just making shapes. Here, we'll start like this. Just start making shapes. Maybe you do like you know, big shapes up top, smaller shapes down below. You can play with them. You can do all sorts of stuff, right? And you can make some pretty nice environments like this. Of course, there you can go a lot further than just this, right? You can start adding, oops. You can start adding a little bit of ground plane, right? You can start adding a little bit of, you could even go one step further if you wanted. I don't think you need to, but you could even add like a light color. Maybe not like that. You could do a light color if you wanted. You could even add a light color. Maybe you make some little slices on the ground, right, in perspective. So like big slices in the foreground. You could even do stuff like that. Actually, I don't like that in the background. I would get rid of that. Right. No, thank you. Oh, you did not need to do that. That is very kind. I definitely didn't need to be tier 2. Thank you very much for the sub. I really appreciate it. That is very kind. But yeah, so I would recommend starting simple like this if you're trying to get used to painting in color, just by thinking in terms of value. That would be my advice. And the colors you use aren't that important. It's kind of, I think it's one of those things that you're going to get better at just by thinking in terms of value. But just by painting like this, you're gonna, you're just trying to make shapes. You could even leave off the light. You don't even need the lighting. Just do light and dark. Make shapes. You can play with different compositions. For example, if something's close and it's dark, you could put a big dark shape in the front, right? And of course, then perspective. And if you want, you could even draw it out. You could be like, oh, here we can see the underside, or you could just leave it as that, right? So this type of thing is yeah. I mean, honestly, just playing around with compositions like this, and you can make them. You could put little holes in here. You could even do funny stuff and smiley face mountains. I mean, you can do anything you want, because the idea is that you're playing with depth, you're playing with values. Here's another one. Maybe this one has a hole in, he has I don't know what those faces are. But yeah, we can see through them so that the light from the behind over here, we can see over here, right? It's a continuous line. But yeah, you can do literally whatever you want, and the idea is that you're just trying to set up a sense of depth, right? You're trying to get overlapping shapes, you're getting values. Maybe you make an interesting composition. Because being able to move around color like this, right? I'm taking the light color in the back and I'm carving out shapes. And then I'm taking the blue color and I'm doing more stuff. Just by carving out shapes, you're starting to get a sense of and it's just not just making a nice painting, right? The idea is that you're actually you have an idea and you start to go towards that idea. So if I say I want to put a hole in this foreground object, well, I can do that by just taking the background color and painting the hole, right? You don't even need to keep it on separate objects. You can just paint right over. If I want to make an object, maybe I don't want that there. Or maybe I want this object showing behind it, right? So I take this other value and I layer it up, right? I put that right behind that, clean that up. So this is both an exercise and just, maybe this one is here, but then maybe this object actually comes behind here, right? So you have these layered objects, right? So you have all these like overlapping shapes. And this kind of thing is a good exercise in training yourself to be thinking of this as like actual objects, right? It's not just colors, it's not just values. There is something back here that is stopping the light, right? And you could even take it further, right? You could make other layers back here as well. Just other bits of light. So I think this is a good exercise. And of course, you could add in little characters standing up on a hill. Maybe there's two of them. Maybe there's a path, right? So you get some paths in here in perspective. Like this is very much yeah, I mean none of this is overly complicated. I'm just doing a lot of things. Cute mountains, yeah. They could be cute, or you could make them scary or whatever. So this kind of thing I think is super useful. Again, there's no color, right? This is just light. This is just warm and cool, yellow and blue, or just blue and dark blue. There isn't really any colors. I know you asked about colors, but I don't. One thing you could do is just click that, move the color, and put any color you want, right? You click this, move a color, put a color. Move that, put a color. Doesn't even matter. You could blend it all together. Color almost doesn't matter. I would probably stay in cool for cool. So if you're in the cools, stay in the cool territory, right? You could go purples, purple-ish, right? You can go bluish. You can do any of that stuff, right? If you want something back here, maybe you can then shift it up here or whatever. Or, this color could be in the here, could even be grayer. Right, so a lot of the time the color doesn't matter. It can be anything. The idea is just to wiggle around in the color and just make it the value, right? So when I make it black and white, right, it looks the same. Nothing's changed. If I change up these colors, I'm changing it ever so slightly. You actually can't even really tell, right? What I'm trying to maintain is the value. So even though I'm picking different colors now, right, you can see me moving the slider around. Oh, that's got a little dark. Go here. The color doesn't matter. Not too much, anyway. Go here. Because when I make it unblack and white, it all blends in. Now, obviously, separating colors can make it look nice. But yeah. Anyway, thank you for the follow. Little Bisciotto. How are you, Bisciotto? I always thought you deserved, so I love your streams. Oh, that means a lot. Thank you. So yeah, I think that would be my first thing if you're totally new to painting environments or just painting in general. is to start getting yourself thinking in terms of value and shapes, and don't worry about color too much, but maybe pick a a warm color and a cool color to play around with. But ultimately you're thinking about values, right? You're thinking about drawing a shape, right? Here's a character shape. Well, it's the same as the environment, but and you know that's a big character, right? Or maybe it's a tree, right? Here's a tree, very large tree. But the tree is going to be dark because it's in the foreground. If I draw a tree in the background, it's going to be lighter, and it's also going to be smaller, right? So this is where I'm thinking about perspective. There, trees. Maybe there's some more trees back here too. I mean, honestly, from here, this is basically what I just do on stream, right? This is the whole, like I've almost already am getting into all the steps. Right now I'm adding little layers back here, trying to layer things up on top. I might come in here with a little bit of lighting to, touch on some areas that will look kind of nice. Maybe there's some shadows coming in here. But it's like it's all the same stuff. It's just now I'm really layering it together. Like maybe there's some light coming in here or something. I don't know. Like now I'm just starting to have fun, right? And I think it takes a while, right? Obviously, it takes a long time before you can start going crazy, but at some point you can, and when you can, it becomes totally freeing, and you can just do whatever you want. Maybe there's some more shapes back here because I think that would look nice to have sort of this pattern like that. So yeah, that's the thing. Anyway, so there's I guess that's a little demo or two demos because I also painted this. Actually, let's bring that a little more blue, a little cooler. I'm pretty happy with this. There definitely are. Like, I don't want to claim though that color is not important because color can be important, and some people do an extremely good job of color, and it's worth studying them. But I don't think it helps if you don't have the basics down. I feel like that is kind of, I don't know. That's sort of my take on it. Like, I'm trying to put little accent colors in here. I'm not sure really why, other than I think it would look nice. And I'm also trying to draw like a path along these. But I'm still using the same value, right? So even when I'm doing this, notice that this bit of like these colors, like right here, you can't actually tell that I used a different color until you see it and you're like, oh, this blue is more saturated. But when I make it black and white, you can't actually tell. So this is just me having fun with color, but it's still all adhering to the values. Actually, I'm going to darken this though. But yeah, so anyone who just followed, a little Bisciotto, how are you? Hope you're doing well today. Anyway, let's drop in some of these trees or make them more tree-like. Yeah, I like this shape. I'm happy with these. Um, I like this composition today. I think it's simple. It's nice. It has a little bit of architecture type stuff to it, even though I'm not quite sure what they are. Maybe I can come in here and focus on shape design, do some small, medium, large, make them a little bit more interesting. Always something that I want to keep in mind. Maybe some light patterns, light and dark. I'll keep remembering the values that I used to ignore as I paint now. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I definitely recommend it. Also, if I don't know how, I don't know what your art looks like, or if you do a lot of line work. But even if you do line work, trying to remember that you can separate values into foreground, midground, background. So let's say you have lines, you know, here's your image, you have lines, you have foreground, midground, background, you have, you know, things like this, you have an object, you know, house. Yours probably looks better than this. Right? You have another house back here. And another one here. It's a little bigger because it's in perspective, right? Erase this. This. Right? So one thing you can do if you have a painting like this, right? So here's your drawing. You have your sun, maybe some trees, right? Okay, right, here's your trees. So one thing you can do, let's actually do a little bit more tree. Okay, here's your trees. So if you have a line drawing like this and you want to color it, another thing you can do is it's same thing, except now you're saying anything that's on the foreground is going to be dark, right? This is foreground. So I'm going to color that in nice and dark, right? This tree, it's technically on the foreground because it's touching the foreground, right? So that's going to be dark. Anything in the midground is going to be lighter. So here's my light, right? There's that. Maybe this also is shining back here. Maybe you want to extend it, right? Anything in my background is going to be a little lighter, right? This color. And then anything in the background is going to be much brighter, right? So you can lay out your values in this way, even on a pencil drawing, just by deciding where your foreground, midground, background are. Right? That way, when you remove your lines, your image still kind of works. I mean, this isn't great, but you kind of get the idea, right? So here's these shapes. Of course, this could have been darker. I didn't do that very well, right? But so the image, the foundation is the same, right? And your image should work with or without lines, or it could. And so this is another way. Again, you don't have to do dark in the foreground either, right? You could also mix it up. You could remove that. Whoops. You could instead do something different. You could do something like, let me just clear this out, right? Similarly, if you were doing line work at the start, maybe that's the way you like to work. You could also set things up differently. You could say, I'm actually going to make the darkest part this midground. Maybe this is all in shadow, right? And everything else is sunny. So this foreground is going to be nice and bright. This is going to look a little silly, by the way. Oops, go like that. Maybe this tree is also in shadow, though, because that would make sense. And then this could also be, I don't know, maybe medium, right? That's medium. And maybe this is a little darker or something. I don't know. We could do something like that even. And it might not look great. But again, if we turn off the line work, it kind of can still work, right? You might have to do a little bit of shifting things around, right? Maybe you have to make this a little darker. But sometimes you can still make stuff look like you have these these separations, right? Maybe this isn't, I don't know why this would be so dark. You can still do stuff like that. Maybe you wanted to put some lights in here and you wanted to make this look extremely you wanted to make this building look like it was in shadow. So you can do other values too, but this is gonna sometimes things are gonna look a little funny if you do that. So I would recommend starting with these values, dark in the foreground, right? I think you oftentimes see values with dark in the middle in things like this, where you have like light in the foreground, right? Maybe you have light in the foreground, so you have dark midground. This is probably bad. It's unfinished. No, that's fine. You're embarrassed. It's the first time I show anything. No, it's fine. Don't worry about it. That is okay. That is not bad. What the heck? That is good. Are you kidding? No, these colors are great. No, this is great. Yeah, I mean, I think you're doing exactly what I was talking about. I mean, you can see that you're mixing things, and yeah, I think it's great. Yeah, like when I look at this, the only thing that is confusing maybe is that, like for example, that big tower in the background, right? That I mean, I guess maybe there's a scale issue, and I think I didn't color pick the colors that time. No, I think the colors are fine. The colors are fantastic. I don't think there's any problem with that. I think the only thing that's confusing about that, right? I think everything I just said today, I feel like you have a good grasp on. The only thing that I would maybe find confusing, and this isn't a color issue, and it's not even a value issue. I think the values read. I think the issue is that it's more of a design issue, right? From like a composition and drawing issue. And the reason I say that is because there are some things that are hard, and hopefully I can say this right because I'm kind of tired and I don't want to say it wrong and sound like I'm being annoying or something. But I think when you can't see, when you have an object and you don't know where it's coming from and you don't know what it is, sometimes it's hard to tell. For example, if I just, let's see if I can do this. If I just draw two objects, right, and here's my painting, you might be like, what is this, right? But if I were to zoom out, see if I can do this right. If I were to zoom out, oh, that's not going to work. Do this instead. And I think your objects aren't necessarily grounded, and I think not having a ground plane, right, not knowing what the things are connected to, can hurt. I like putting a ground plane. But yeah, so for example, if I were to take a confusing image like this, and I were to zoom out, right? Maybe I make this smaller by zooming out, right? And now I were to draw the ground, right? And this were to connect over here, right? I think sometimes this is going to add context to what I'm drawing, right? And I think right now it's hard to tell what things are and where they are situated, right? You don't really know that this object, like you get that it's behind it, but you're not really sure how big it is because you don't know how far behind it is. Being able to see the ground plane behind it, I think can help because it helps you sort of gauge the distance. And I think that's the only thing I would be nitpicky about your image. I don't think you need to see the ground though. I think there's other ways to do that. Um, I guess for me, when I see the big dark shape behind it, my only question is I'm not quite sure what I'm looking at, right? Because you have, I see the foreground one. The foreground one's nice, by the way. I like the foreground. But then you have this object, and I'm not sure what this object is, right? Because it's kind of dark, and it could just be a tower. Um, I'm not sure. I feel like I need some context, right? It could have little things on it. You know, if it's similar to this, right, we could have a similar shape on top, or we could have little design things sticking out that make it, you know, maybe there's a blimp right? I don't really know what it is, right? Maybe it's a blimp and it's an air dock or something. Probably not. That's probably not what it is. But I think the only thing is it's hard to sometimes tell what things are because you don't really know. You're painting from a reference looking for? Okay. There might be some indication of what it was in the reference that tips you off, right? Maybe there was a detail or something. It might have been that if it's connected, for example, if it's connected to the building, then you could make it the same value as the building, even though it may not be in the image. Sometimes it would help to make it the same value so that you know that they're connected. Or if you're lighting the building in one way, you can light this in the same way. So sometimes images are just confusing, right? It could be that you did everything perfectly, and it just you were painting an optical illusion that you knew what it was, but other people didn't, right? Sometimes that happens. But no, I like it. I think you did a good job. I love the colors actually. The colors are fantastic. But yeah, I do feel like that's a big part is of painting that I think oftentimes gets overlooked is the sort of visual communication thing where sometimes objects are a little confusing, right? Things like tangents that a lot of people talk about. If you want to have a tree somewhere, you don't want to make it grow out of this person from behind them, right? Then you can't tell there's a person there because it's confusing, right? That's not a now it looks like a tree with legs. That's weird. You wouldn't want to do that, right? So you'd want to make sure the tree is off to the side. Or you wouldn't want it too close to the person either, because then that gets confusing, right? It's like, well, what is this shape? You're not really sure. So sometimes there's things like that. Sometimes it's values, right? You have values that are too similar to other things, right? If I go like this, you can't actually tell that there's an edge here because it blends in. So it's not that that's wrong. It's just it might even be what the photo looks like, but sometimes photos aren't super clear either. So it might be something you're doing. It might be something you're not doing. But either way, I think the colors stuff you're right on point with. I like it. I mean, there's always going to be things you can work on, right? That's always the case for painting. Whether it's making your forms a little better or lighting them more accurately, or like there's always, it's never ending. But no, you're definitely doing well. So yeah, I didn't want to give unsolicited critique, but I guess I kind of did. At least a little bit. Not intentionally, really, but kind of. Steph, this very one that isn't finished yet, that one. Oh, this one? Oh, it's somewhere in here. Hey, Steph, how are you? Yeah, I haven't ordered it. I have a few to order right now. Oh, whoops, this is saving. Um, this one? Yeah, it's not finished. The reference isn't as I remember, but it will help you understand the shape. Yeah. Oh, okay. So, yeah. Okay, this is yeah, exactly. So, what makes this image clear is that we already know what they are, right? And actually, even this is a little confusing because we're not really sure how big that tower is behind it because the foreground one is so big. But yeah, so in this example, there is another detail, right? This is another fundamental that comes into play, and I think you are. So yeah, I get why it looked confusing to me. So, right, you have an image like this. Well, let's do this, and then you have something sticking out here. All right, and you have it as a square. So the reason I think, right, and this is going to be a value. And let me see your image once again. Okay, so you have, yeah, you have the circular shapes on here. So I think the reason this looks confusing is because you didn't have any contours. Whoops, you can make this lighter if you want, because technically it could be lighter or darker. I think you had it darker. That's fine. I'm gonna make it mine lighter because I do want to just play up the atmospheric perspective. But so I think what the reason it looked confusing to me was one, because I couldn't tell what it was, right? I could tell what the foreground was, but I couldn't tell what the background was. And I think one of the reasons is, well, one, the shape, but also adding some contours like this, I think can go a long way. This could have helped describe that it's something behind it, right? Because it lets us know that there's a form, right? There's these forms behind this bigger form. I don't want to draw something inappropriate here. Right, so there's shading. I don't know. I'm not sure what I'm doing. I'm just gonna draw a shape. I'm gonna change the shape here so it doesn't look too inappropriate. Okay, so here's a shape. So yeah, if you want to draw something behind it, I would say just add some contours, some quick things that imply texture, and then whatever shape you want to do, right? Whether it's a shape like this or something, like just by adding some quick lines to imply the form can go a long way to show that there's something back there. You've been lurking since like 4. Couldn't people after work feel a bit charged? Yes, that one. Yeah, so I think that oftentimes this is actually a thing that happens a lot in here when you're doing these types of thumbnails, is that sometimes it's not clear what you're painting. So just by adding little contour, and this is something I typically say to do at the end because it's not super important if you do everything else well. But like, so if you have a shape like a tree, right, coming in here and just adding in some almost some texture, right, to show that it's round, right, so we know the shape of it. That can be important, right? Same in here. If there's an underside here, right, you're adding a little bit of contour, right? And I kind of consider this like detailing, right? Maybe there's some rocks up here that you want to show that have shape and form, and there's bumps and different stuff. And so sometimes just drawing these lines can help our brains know what we're looking at, right? If this is for example, is this a cube, right? Is this a square, or is this a circle, right? What shape is it? Just by drawing these lines, it's going to help us know, right? Maybe this is some sort of something, right? So it matters. So if we want someone to know what something is, we kind of have to tell them, right? So yeah, I think that was just a matter of the shape wasn't very refined. I think by refining the shape a bit more, making it a bit more clear. Some shapes are just hard to tell what they are, right? Unless you know what material it is and you know the context. Sometimes it's just hard, right? And I don't think that shape is super clear. I still don't know what it is. I don't know. I mean, it's a tower of some sort, but I almost don't even know the scale of the foreground tower, right? So it's actually, I don't think that's a problem with your image. I think it's a problem with the picture. It just happens to be that you know what it is, so it isn't confusing, but it kind of is confusing to me. And of course, then you lit this thing from the side and it was shaded. But yeah, it was more this composition. But like, I think, for example, this image, this photo, could have been stronger if you would have done this, right? You move this to the side, you show that one is overlapping the other, right? And then you can see it all the way down, right? And if this is a flag, maybe a second flag, right? So sometimes I think shapes, you could even make it more clear, right? This is, let's go like this. I'm just gonna put some shapes in here. right? So sometimes you can make things even more clear. And I'm trying to do this kind of crudely by altering the composition, right? Because I think in this case, with this tower, with all this stuff up here, it wasn't super clear what it was, but I think adding these contours or conversely adding the shadow, right? You don't have to do the contours. You could have just done the shading because you did the shading on the foreground. So just by doing the shading on the background, you could have shown that it's a little bit round. That could have worked too. Um, could have also added some more atmosphere behind it so that it's farther away. I don't know. Yeah, that's a tough one. I think that's a hard image to get. Well, I think it's just a weird image. I like it though. It kind of looks like a mosque. It does kind of look like a mosque. I just think the composition is a little confusing because you don't have a lot of the scale is really weird, right? You have a huge mosque and a really tiny tower behind it. So it's almost like you're photographing an optical illusion, right? Because the scale is a little bit confusing. It'd be like if you were to paint a picture like this, right? And then you were to put a person back here. And you're like, wait, how big is the person normal size or is the person giant? Right? Well, yeah, I mean it's I don't even think that it's you picked a bad picture, but sometimes it's just there's limited information, so you either have to invent, and I think this is a thing that some artists do really well. I'm still not great at it, but when you pick a photo for referencing, sometimes artists will actually make it look better than the image than the reference, and oftentimes that comes because they are they're adding information that it was missing. So from a image, from like if think of like someone communicating with grunts, right? It's like, well, if you just add a few words, it's gonna make their message sound more clear. And sometimes I feel like the image it gets the point across, but it could get the point across even better, right? It could show more form, more lighting. It could, you know, add something for the scale, right? So that if I didn't know what I was looking at, I could tell quicker, right? And I think a lot of that is the reference has a semantic language on the building. Oh, it has a Semitic language on. Oh, Semitic. Yeah. Oh, is it a language? I didn't know that. Either way, but yeah, I think there's like I can get that it's a building of a certain culture, but like I think the big building, the scale in the front just looks out of proportion to the distance that the building is in the back. So like there's a weirdness to it of like like to me when I look at the golden building, that looks like the top of a tall tower, but it's very short. And then the tall tower in the background is super tall but tiny. So it's like I'm just not sure. It's just a little bit. I don't know. Maybe to you guys it is clear. Maybe I'm just confused. But yeah, when I'm looking at the image, so I just erased the one in the back. You could do that. I mean, I think so. I do think overlapping shapes is really important. So you could even add another more, right? You could even add more potentially. Let me look at the photo. Um, maybe even I guess the stuff in the foreground could help, right? You'd add some darker shapes in the foreground. Or you could add a ground plane, right? If you added something on the ground, it might help tell how far apart it is. This is why when I do images, I like to show the ground plane because it's an extra way, it's an extra form of communication, right? If you don't show the ground, you have to rely a lot more on overlapping shapes and atmosphere, right? But if you show the ground, now you can start showing how far something is away, right, relative to other things. I mean, I don't think you should do that because that would ruin the perspective, but that is an option, right? You could also, even just atmospheric perspective, you could make this one a lot lighter. So if you went something like this, So you have your values, just making this one a lot lighter than the one in the background. Right, so you have this one. So if it's lighter, you can push it back further. I mean, I'm doing this extremely crudely, but it's these kinds of ideas where you have options of pushing and pulling. But honestly, I like it. The more I look at it, I think it's nice. I honestly think the biggest thing that would help would just be to wrap lines around the form. Right? So it tells us how curvy these things are. Just simple shapes like this would help. I think that would go a long way. But anyway, I'm gonna end stream here. Moss type builders often have several rounded tops on the roof and then some other thinner towers. Okay, good to know. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, oftentimes when I paint, so it's funny, actually, in this image right here, the one that Steph just redeemed, if you zoom in, I actually did that on these. I'm not sure if you can see it, if it's bright enough, but I have these little lines that are curving around the tree. And it's specifically for that, so that we can tell what we're looking at. Just a little bit more clear. Or like under here, I wanted to show. So like I have this. Oops, let's do this. Right, I have this tree. I wanted to show that we're looking at this angle, right? So this is good. Like I wanted to show that the tree went that way. Because if I didn't put those, I put this, right? This would change what we're looking at, right? This was a different shape of a tree than the other way, right? And so I wanted to make sure that we know we're looking at it this way, because if it's just a dark silhouette, it's hard to tell, right? So that's why I drew these undersides to it. I kind of went up here and I went like this. That way we know we're looking at the bottom of the tree. And that's kind of the type of thing that you can add. You can do it with texture, right? If you want to draw, say, moss falling down the tree, you can carve the contour with your detailing or with your texture. Sometimes you do it with your lighting, right? Maybe you have a bounce light that's lighting the underside of an object, so you can light it, very easily with one, with lighting and shadow. So you can do it with lighting and values. You can do it with texture. If you're just in a sketch phase, you can literally just do it with some quick lines that go like this, just scribbles basically, to say, hey, look, we're looking up at this thing. It's tall. And we know it's tall because look at these lines, right? If it wasn't tall, it would just be straight. So there's that. But yeah, anyway. All right, I'm going to end stream. Let's go raid somebody. Thank you all for being here. This is a long stream today. Lots of painting. All right. I am going to raid. Who am I going to raid? Thank you for... Wait, did somebody just follow? What's happening? Naomi's on. Oh, cool. You love fairies? Ah, I'm glad. Yeah, this isn't actually what I painted today. I was working on this thing today, or I started this today. The little environment painting. Had to catch the stream at the end. Yeah, I normally don't stream this late. I went an extra 47 minutes than I normally go. I'm a little late today. I'm yeah, streamed for a long time. I normally only stream for 4 hours. So we're a little early. Also, I think technically now it's daylight savings time instead of Pacific Standard Time, but it's still 11. So same time, just yeah. Anyway, yeah. All right, yes. Okay, let's go raid Naomi then. We haven't raided Naomi. Wait, I don't see her. Oh, Naomi. Yeah, she's on. Yeah, we haven't raided her in a long time. Her stream's always super chill. Ooh, she's doing some very nice environments today. Some pink and purple and very graphical shapes. I like it. Manual subraid. Yeah. Wait, was that manual subraid? Wait, did it not work? There is a sub raid. There's sub, I think. Does that one not work? I think that one works. I don't know if that works. But anyway, so yeah, we're gonna go raid Naomi. She might be of all the oh, it's not hypers? Okay, I see. Of all the people who we raid, I feel like she's been streaming arguably the longest. I mean, I think she was streaming a lot when I started, and I pretty much knew her from the start of when I started streaming. So, she's an old friend of the stream. And yeah, we like going over there. Her streams are always super chill. She oftentimes works on her own comic, so she's been working on a project for a long time, and I feel like she consistently makes good progress on it, and it's always cool to see what she's doing. So yeah, let's go over there, say hi. Hope you all have a good rest of your weekend, and hope to see you on Monday. Take care, everyone. Be well. See ya.